Alright. This is certainly an idea, for better or worse. Turn the hosting off so that it actually shows my broadcast properly. So, this is certainly a choice I'm making here. I don't know if this is going to end well for me. Because these are not exactly the kind of game I typically play. I do have some experience with them. I have played multiple strategy RPGs and tactics games of various kinds over my life. I I have an amount of familiarity with the concept. I have never really finished very many of them. And that's the part I'm worried about today. Is I have a fear that I'm not going to manage to make it through this cleanly. As you can see, I've turned tutorials off because I've went through the first 8 chapters of this game. I'm cautiously optimistic that I can beat this at all. I am not as optimistic about beating it without having to load or losing anybody or anything. I'm leaving all this permadeath nonsense off. Because honestly, it just adds trouble. It doesn't add anything for me personally. Cadet looks like it'll be way too easy, and considering how I got through the first 8 chapters without any real trouble, I don't think I need Cadet. Warlord just seems like it would be a pain in the ass, not worth the effort for people like me. For higher end players, I'm assuming it's worth it. For me, not worth it. So we're just gonna get this moving. We'll get on with it. Ah, there you are, child of destiny. You've arrived at a very opportune time, you will find. Let me look into your heart. Who are you? Will your journey be marked by virtue, or will this land's people remember you as an adversary? In a mate, I would want intellect. Personal flaw I would want to avoid. I hate being manipulated, so easily manipulated. Talk my way out of that. Effective tool will be charisma. Kindness has a bad habit of getting turned against you. Intolerance tends to be a problem. We'll take the male form because I'm male. We'll go ahead and just mark this with my name just so I remember that this is the main character, because half the time it gets a little blurry. Thank you. What an intriguing soul. Go and I will see you here again when the time is right. Shh. Armitage, year 972, capital city, Empire of Viridia. By the gods, the child survived. And the father? Perished, fighting for the nobles, just like most of the young in this town. The mother prepared names for this. This one shall be named Drag. He's so beautiful. May he live to see a better world. 25 years pass. The world of Tanra. In the year, 997th year of our age, 3 realms rule the land. The Desert Kingdom of Sayuna, whose wealth earned it the title Kingdom of Gold. The technologically advanced Free Republic of Sandraka. And the hegemonic Empire of Viridia, the world's military and economic superpower, where our story begins. 1 generation ago, multiple bids for the Viridian imperial throne plunged the land into war. This is known as the War of Viridian Succession. The long and bloody war ended with the coronation of Empress Florina. The long and bloody war ended with the coronation... Why did that repeat? I don't know. However, it left deep scars in the people's hearts as resentment against the excesses of the ruling class rose to a boiling point. Common people who had lost so much were forced to endure increasing hardships as the Empire sought to rebuild. 25 years after the end of the Succession War, a man named Antares, a battle-worn general, kidnapped the Empress and formed his own army in an act of open rebellion. He now controls a territory in the forest known as the Eastwall District. Driven by what he believes to be undue hardships by the central government, Antares threatens to sack the imperial capital if his demands are not met. The ambitious Prime Minister Casimir has called the general's bluff and has decided to take military action. He orders a force sent to Antares' stronghold at Eastwall Fortress. 2 young and promising Imperial Army officers, Drac and his long-time friend Zelos, have prepared to meet General Antares in battle. Little could they know how much their adventure could change the course of history. Imperial Army encampment, Eastwall Province. Let us raise a glass to my friend Drac. Bet you all thought he wouldn't make it this far. Now ready to lead his first squad into battle. But I knew better. Not in the celebrating mood, Drac? There's a lot on the line. The Empress's life is in our hands. I'm not worried. I doubt these guys could keep up with you. It helps having a one-man army in our midst. I'm just a man. We've got the gods on our side. I'm gonna trust in my soldiers, not some idea. Don't tell me you believe in those fairy tales now. Don't underestimate the power of ideas. Look at how this empire is starting to forget the ideas that built it. With a proper leader, people would again feel a part of something. There would be no generals going rogue. Aren't you a bit early, Scout? We saw Antares' men celebrating in the outlying villages. The rebels have begun raiding the locals. Antares has stooped to this? How far he has fallen since the Succession War. Send word to the capital. Maybe they can send us a real army. You heard that, right? I did. Zelos, I know what you're thinking. How do you plan on explaining this to higher-ups? Don't worry about them. You and me and just our troops. Once we take down this rebellion, we'll be celebrities. What say you? Okay, Zelos, I'm with you. But I'm calling the shots this time. Fine by me. I've got your back, Drac. Because that's a good idea. Any of this is a good idea. Good. Looks like they haven't sent much out yet. Okay. They're gonna target me because I've got the lower threat. These guys are just chumps. So let's just flatten them immediately and move on with our lives.
Your command?
Now, early on, Zelos is going to seem incredibly powerful, but it evens out rather quickly. Or at least it proved to be that way when I was testing this game up to Chapter 8 the past couple days. Now, you do get ranked based on how well you take out your opponents, how quickly, and other factors we're not going to get into just yet. So you'll see me rushing through these a fair bit. The Imperial army's already arrived. Much sooner than I expected. Wolfgar, I'm trusting you to lead our troops here. If you hold this river fortress, we should be safe here. I'll make them regret coming here, don't worry, General. Meanwhile, looks like I made it just in time. Are you ready for the Sybil? Are you kidding, Jules? I've been waiting ages for a chance to prove my mettle. Come and get it, rebel scum. Your squad has tougher soldiers, so it should stay in front. Mine will provide long-range archer attacks from a safe distance. Over there, to the east. I think that's Jules, a fellow Imperial Academy cadet of mine. Now, this is a weird phrasing to this that we'll get into a little later. We should meet up with them and join all our forces together.
How can I help, my lord?
Now, something the tutorial would tell you if it was enabled is that archers can fire further from hills. And the game expects you to make use of that here. And as you can see, since we had the extended range, they can't return fire. Casters, like the apprentice here, don't have 2 attacks. They attack once after a charge time on the first round of combat. And of course, you already see how healers work. They heal the squad that they're in. The starting type medics can only heal 1 target, but the priestesses do better than that. And as you can see, even on a counterattack, most troop types will get 2 shots. Because there's 2 rounds of combat. So you'll want to be mindful of that when you're fighting, and where at all possible. I am so upset that they survived that. That is really annoying. They just happened to goddamn live through that.
Here comes Sybil, ready or not.
They're fairly small in number, so I'll shoot them first. Of course, it was wasted because the healer survived that, but it was worth a shot.
For sure.
We're gonna get jammed up a little bit, which did not happen last time, upsettingly. But that is also a factor, by the way. A support unit will surrender automatically if they're the only ones left in combat. So we're not gonna get jammed up too badly. Sybil's side will slip in here and crack the shell for us just fine. Especially if they throw their lives away getting into an archer duel. Ooh, a Jules. And this guy's just gonna destroy himself for me, so we only lost a little bit of movement. Leadership going up is important. Leadership's gonna improve a squad leader's capacity. Okay, so we'll just head on up. Those 2 have that under control. If you have a healer in your party, you can heal out of combat as well, based on how many healers are in that group. I'm gonna have Zelos run over and grab this building over here. It gives you faction experience and improves the loyalty of the squad collecting it.
I'm just getting started.
Loyalty may sound like it's a big deal, but it's only really useful for improving the squad's ability to fit together. It lowers the capacity cost of units. Because, you know, they're willing to work with you.
Everyone.
Have him go grab this mine. I will trigger their dialogues before we actually finish this. I'm just trying to keep things moving along. So I'm pretty sure moving them to me will also trigger the dialogue. Oh no, we're being shot. How inconvenient. Oh yeah, occasionally units will get a free action. I don't know what determines that. I would assume it's related to skill or something like that.
Time to act is now.
Here comes Sybil, ready or not.
Bring her over here, yeah. This will trigger a talk to me. Well met, you're with the Imperial Army. Name's Sybil, a battle maiden of Viridia. Jules and I were sent up the river to try to outflank the rebels. That's an impressive title, but you wear the garb of a temple priestess. Yeah, so what? Healing's just as important as hurting, isn't it? Of course. We're fortunate to have a priestess among us. She's got a minor injury she can fix up. Why not?
Time to end this.
Because I can move Jules here, get his dialogue, and still get a shot off. We just can't help crossing paths, Jules. Looks like we're in this together, huh? Drac! What an honor to fight by your side in our first mission. But Central Command didn't say you'd be here. Was there some sort of mistake? We decided to improvise. Anyway, glad to have your rangers here among us. With clever planning, your troops can pick off enemies without fear of a counterattack, unless they have their own archers, of course. So you're leading this mission? Wow, I always knew you'd do great things, Drac. Oh, come on, Jules. You'd say that no matter what I ended up doing. Would he really say it if he became like a pastry chef or something? I mean, I guess he could. Depends on the qualities of the pastries.
Your command?
Ready.
Now I clear this out. That morale meter up at the top will be important later. It's not really relevant at the moment, so we'll get into that as it comes up. Thank you for the follow, Amelia Clark's eyebrows. We've really got them on the run now. The river fortress is ours. Time to take down the local rebel commander at Eastwall. Damned Imperial dogs. They really are this ruthless? The rest of you, get out of here and stop them. Our cause will not be snuffed out here. Looks like we got another fight on our hands. Drac, we're counting on you as the army leader to destroy the enemy. Hopefully their leaders will get the message and lay down their weapons. No. Honestly, I find permadeath just to be a tedious waste of time, but to each their own on that one.
How can I help, my lord?
And especially since the permadeath doesn't even apply to story characters, so it really doesn't have that much impact. That team has archers, and I was not paying enough attention. Yeah, pretty much.
For my people, for my homeland.
I'm taking more risks than I did when I was testing this. But it'll be fine either way. But I have definitely seen a lot of really wild one-shots come out, even early on in this.
They'll notice this one for sure.
Because it might be my imagination, but it really seems like crits are quite common in this. I have a sneaking suspicion Jules' party might actually get wiped out on that one, because I decided to just throw him in there. And that would actually be the first time I've had an early game casualty. Since his threat's low, yeah, they're gonna go around and go after him. Oh well. That's actually going to be the first time I've had a squad wipe at all in playing the first 8 chapters, just because I did a stupid move. Oh well. It'll hurt my rank, but I don't actually care that much. I'm just trying to get through this early part of the game just so we can actually see the more significant content sometime today. But no, you're right. Apprentices do scary amounts of damage.
Direct my blade.
I'm kind of surprised I didn't have this problem with the boneheaded nonsense I was doing the last time I did this.
I must stay strong.
But that's how it goes when you stream something. Things are just gonna go horribly wrong. It also doesn't hurt that I'm used to having much more powerful squads from having just gotten to chapter 8 last night. So sometimes you just make bad decisions.
Here goes nothing.
Okay, he can reach.
Here comes Sybil.
Sybil
Ready
can't
or
reach
not.
that. I can't reach that. Okay.
Your command?
So what we'll do is we'll send Zelos this way.
They'll notice this one
Sybil.
for sure.
What do they have? Okay, it's just one heavy soldier and 2 archers.
I'm just getting started.
I'm gonna meta this a little bit, and I'm gonna focus on getting experience for the main right now. And that's another thing that can very easily happen with this, is they decide to target one unit in a squad a lot. So units in a squad can easily get chewed down pretty easily. I'm repeating myself a lot. Wow! This is going so much worse than it did last time. The game is just out to screw with my head now, apparently. It's like, oh, you wanted to rush through? No, we're gonna just give them all kinds of lucky hits now. I'll be to hell with you and your nonsense.
Here comes Sybil.
Which is
Ready or
fair. It is entirely fair that the game's gonna pull the gloves off. But it may also be because I turned the tutorials off that they started it just straight in full difficulty instead of taking it easy on me. I'm not sure if it actually does that or not. Inner Keep, Eastwall Fortress. The Imperial Army certainly wasted no time. We've got to escape to Centurion's Rest. And you think I'll just willingly go with you? You will. We both know that the snakes in the capital can't be trusted. You're much safer here, away from their schemes. And Taras, you're gonna get yourself killed. You don't deserve this. I've already given my life, but so too will my men if we do not escape immediately. Please, we must go to Centurion's Rest. I'm gonna keep my other save in case I want to do something with that. With Eastwall's fortress secured by Drax's army, General Antares retreats deeper within the forest, to his stronghold at Centurion's Rest. As Drax's first mission ends in victory, the Empire recognizes his promise as a commander and entrusts him to invade Centurion's Rest and destroy any rebel forces in the area. Despite Zelos' enthusiasm for victory in battle, the meaning of this rebellion begins to weigh on Drax's mind. These are not an invading force, they are common people, fellow Viridians. Perhaps, if Antares is brought to heel, there can be a quick end to the violence. I will not be voicing these conversation dialogues because there's a lot of them, and it will destroy my voice on top of reading all of the other stuff. So we'll just skim through that. I know some people may end up being unhappy with that, but it's for the best. I don't have the vocal strength to keep that going the whole time. But I take it from the way you're talking, Amelia, that you have a decent amount of experience with this game. Okay. Now that's still 3 chapters further than I've been. Yeah, that's fair. These games are kind of, in some ways, designed to be min-maxed out for your own convenience. I usually just kind of blunder forward and see how it plays out. And it, as I said, worked out very cleanly the first time, but now it's like, oh, hey, we're gonna murder you now. Apparently there's a patch coming that'll allow for you to go back and redo missions to grind. And there's, of course, tricks to grind with the arena as well, but it's still limited. But I assume their intent for correcting your mistakes would be to actually use the save load feature that they provide you. Which I know, a lot of people don't care for saving and loading their way to victory. But if that's the only way you're gonna get it to run cleanly, that's all you got. There was something I specifically wanted. Where is it? I do want merchant envoys. Ah, yeah, apprentice training. I want to have apprentices available. There we go. Okay. It's really good for magic, but I don't have much in the way of magic anything at the moment. But we'll go ahead and take all of this for the moment. And the gems will be useful before too long. I'm not really going to bother with these mercenaries this time. I was using those to expedite things last time, and then I realized they were starting to become a little weak as I went on. So I might just take some regular troops for the moment. Grab a couple militia, because I do enjoy the sword fighters you can get out of that. And I want at least one more medic. Though, I gotta say, I wish so much that I knew last time I started this that strength apparently is what bowmen scale off of, not skill. Which seems kind of stupid, but I understand it at the same time. His strength applies to all physical damage, apparently. But I was really annoyed when I found out about that whole thing. Oh, wow. These guys did not get an upgrade last time. I guess the stats rolled differently. We already have Sybil's team for Spearmen, so we don't need to make them Spearmen. We'll go ahead and make you a Priestess immediately. That's not even a question. Because that's just significantly better. Oh, that's true. Dark Affinity does have a fat acid on that. Maybe I just got bad affinities last time. That would make sense. Is neither of these fighters in my first run were able to turn into anything. They just were terrible. Now, the other fighter's water. The other dark was the Priestess, which is not as good, I don't think. Unless I want to turn her into a paladin. So, doesn't water grow skill faster? No, that doesn't look right. I don't remember what water does. I can easily look, though. It is in here. Oh, water's health and magic, so he would make a good apprentice. Yeah, lightning does both strength and skill, as shown here, but it's bad for loyalty and health. I had a lot of earth last time, and that might be why I was having a better time about people not dying, since it's double bonus to HP, whereas dark lowers HP. That would make sense. Let's see. I had a thought as to how I wanted to change things, and I just had a brain fart in the middle of that concept. We've got room, so let's add one of the militia in here. I have an idea. Zelos, I'm taking your archers away. You don't need them. I'm gonna give Zelos' team a fairly hefty rework. Because it honestly kinda needs it. Do I want him to have the apprentice? Not really gonna matter that much. But you can have the apprentice. We're gonna give Jules the other 2 archers. Because 5 archers will do a lot more work than 3. Yeah. So honestly, I've been lucky every time so far that nobody's been that bad off. Though I also don't even use any squads that aren't led by a story character so far, because I've not needed to. I would rather let the story characters keep their squads and make do with having a couple less squads on hand, because the experience fills out a little nicer for those. I have a suspicion, though, that it's going to come back to bite me a bit later on. Yeah, I think this will be okay. Sybil, there's not a whole hell of a lot I can do for you. You don't have the leadership to get a 5th unit. Zelos, I'll go buy another soldier for, is we don't have another one in reserve. Because I also don't go into the whole deep threat manipulation and such either. I did give Zelos a medic already. You're both lightning, so it doesn't matter between the 2. I do like the gorilla trait a little bit. What's Challenger do? Oh. That's actually a tempting trait to take a mercenary for. They also don't actually seem to have the mercenary trait. So, yeah, Herman, you're coming with me. If they had mercenary, they would have cost too much to fit in this squad. Actually, no, they still would have fit anyway. The Challenger seems like it'd be fantastic. So, we'll go ahead and put that one in the squad. Give him a nice complement of troops. It does mean that nobody's going to target Zelos because his threat is through the goddamn roof now, but that's okay. That also gives him the freedom to move around more. Artifacts we have are predominantly from magic, but I can get a little bit of strength bonus to this team, which feels like it kind of needs it at the moment. You've got a caster in your team, so you'll want a magic bonus. Take the Arweave Cloak. I mean, nobody else will have a use for the magic bonus here either, but it also lowers armor and strength, which I don't want in that squad. I'll hang on to that for when I have a more mage-centric squad. Now... absolutely gonna turn him into a soldier, because there's no reason for me not to, really. Since he can. I'm not sure what I want to do with the other one. His strength's too low to become a soldier, but I don't really want to have just a single spearman. No, actually, I'll go ahead and make him a spearman. I have an idea. I can use the polearm bonus we get later that gives a bonus to adjacent units. So I could just move him to the middle once I get that attack bonus, and he'll buff both ones on either side of him. So that would actually work. I prefer to keep my units fairly clean and straightforward about what they've got, aside from having various full different types. But these squads should do. Save in case I do something stupid. We're done with tech tree. We can't do anything else with any of that, so off we go. I'm being smarter about setting up my squads now, this time, after the bloody nose we got in the first scenario. Damn, are we already too late? Our base is at Marienburg's under attack. Looks like if we don't catch up... looks like we don't have the time for the rest of the army to catch up. We've got to save that base. Got it. Let's meet up at the base defender and eliminate those rebels. Once we have him on our team, things will get a bit easier, though.
For my people, for my homeland.
You've got a polearm, 2 swordsmen, and a healer.
We will always find a way.
Let's start by having Jules shoot this party. See how it plays out. Nicely done, you actually killed somebody.
They'll notice this one for sure.
In theory, with how many times I've had... Actually, no.
I must
I'll go
stay
over here
strong.
so I can talk to the defender myself. And I'm more confident that I'll be able to mop the floor with this squad here without it being an issue.
Direct my blade.
Zelos, just go over here and be scary.
I'm just getting started.
Sybil behind him is bait. Oh. Jules is open, but I don't think any of the units in this area can reach him, aside from one. If that Spearman really wants to go around and attack Jules, he can, but I don't think that's that big an issue. And besides, Sybil has less threat than Jules at this point. Since Sybil only has 4 units and Jules has 5. But thanks to those Spearmen being pretty durable, having Sybil be the low threat at team is fantastic. I've just accepted the fact that everything wants to kill her and just make her as durable as possible.
The battle lies before me.
And no, she does get thrashed pretty badly
Stay
sometimes.
strong, everyone.
I do wish they'd let me force surrender immediately, though. Once you know that you can do it.
Here goes nothing.
I'll have Zelos.
Your command.
You can't reach the mine, yeah. Go ahead and have you just trash this squad so I can automatically walk over there and talk to him then. Oh, he talks without anybody actually being immediately adjacent. Okay. I didn't realize diagonals worked for conversations. Drac? What does the world coming to you? Is you saving my hide now? It's the least I can do, Barnabas. I owe you the world. Ha! Everything you got through your own sweat and grit. Wasn't my doing. It's an honor to fight by your side after all these years. Can't wait to show you what I've learned. There we go. Now we've got Barnabas, who somehow spontaneously spawns 2 more horsemen out of thin air that he didn't have a minute ago.
The time to act is now.
Okay. Can I get away with what I did last time? I feel like there's some kind of scaling that changed when I turned the tutorials off. So I'm a little more nervous about going full bullshit like I did last time. Actually... Hang on. You can reach Sib... Okay.
School is in session.
We're gonna move you here. I actually want these horsemen to go after Sybil since she's got the spearmen. If it works the way it did last time, she's going to trash them. Of course, those guys have arrows, which is a problem. But that's what healers are for. A good healer really makes archers irrelevant. At least for part of the game. Okay, they pathed out differently this time. I guess I moved him a little too far forward, and Sybil not far enough forward. That's fine. He can trash these guys just fine on his own. And he does need the experience.
Time to end this.
Jules, you're gonna go this way with Drac and Zealous.
They'll notice this one for
Sybil,
sure.
go right on in on them. You have spears against cavalry, it'll be fine. Because this is what her squad's good at. Her squad destroys cavalry. Against anything else, she kinda just gets bodied. But it's fine. Just clean them out, and then he can use his hit and run to move up a bit more. So we can clean all this out, and he'll go around and get that archer later.
For Viridia.
Meanwhile, we'll go over here and clean this up.
Ready.
As long as I'm not an idiot and stick my nose all the way up there, that archer's not an issue. But with his speed, he should be able to get around. If not, we'll have broken our way up here by the time he gets done cleaning all that stuff up anyway. I did get everybody, right? Yes. Okay. You've signed your own death warrant. Well done. He has chosen how he dies. It's always nice when they give a party free experience like that. Now, if she had still been a medic, she would have died there, so I'm glad we have a priestess instead. Yep, you guys just gather around.
How can I help, my lord?
Jules, go ahead and pop him so I can move forward. Zelos will kill the other one.
Direct my blade.
For my people.
Oh, I
my
can't quite
homeland.
reach. Sad. That's okay. I'm gonna position so I can grab the gems, and Zelos will grab the keep then. That's fine.
I'm just getting started.
Sybil honestly doesn't even need to go this way at all, because Barnabas will collect all this. But I'll have her go over here anyway. She can speed that up a little.
Got all day.
Pretty much my intent on every map is going to be to get rid of every squad on the map that I can, and grab every seize point I can. I'm not too worried about anything else. If I get the time bonus, it's a happy accident. Though I've gotten it almost every time just by playing the way I play,
Here
so
goes nothing.
we'll probably see most of the time bonuses.
I must stay strong.
You do have some archers on your team,
We
so
will
I'm not
always
gonna just
find a
have
way.
Jules truck on in there. Where can you move to? Okay, you could only shoot at
Stay
Jules
strong,
if you
everyone.
go there, so that's fine. We'll stand him there. If he decides to come out and shoot, that's fine, but I'm pretty sure he'll just chill there.
Here comes Sybil, ready or not.
They hype up these wall-standing archers as being so terrifying, but they really just kind of suck because they don't want to move.
You gotta
So if you just go around their firing angles, they really just don't do anything.
School is in session.
But it sees that as well.
Time to
Okay,
end
since
this.
they've only got 2 archers, I'll go ahead and pepper them with arrows first. They do have 2 medics, so if they don't concentrate their fire, it probably won't amount to anything, but it'll be free experience for Jules. Yeah, that's about the result I expected out of that. Ah well. It did some damage.
The battle lies before me.
There we go. A little bit smarter targeting would have gotten us through 2 of them, but, you know, such is the way this game works. We unfortunately, aside from targeting the leader, can't really dictate what gets targeted.
They'll notice this one for sure.
Sybil could almost reach to go up there on her own, actually. Their shot range goes to there, so if
I'm
I just
getting
move her
started.
here, they can't shoot her. Unless they come down. And if they come down, they're dog meat. So it works out either way. Yep, I figured I was gonna lose 1 to that because I swear their units are better at choosing targets than mine are. Every time. Ah well.
How can I help, my lord?
Go ahead and pepper them with arrows again, since they're fairly weak at this point.
to act is now.
If I want to be really cheesy, I know about a certain moment that happens within those first 8 chapters. I could do something sneaky if I really wanted to. But I'm not going to. It's not worth it.
Viridia.
Yeah, I didn't think he'd quite be able to reach to climb up there. That's okay. We'll park him there in case Sybil can't reach for some reason.
Here comes Sybil.
And
ready or
she
not.
can't. God damn it, game. Okay, where's the other side of your firing angle?
They'll
Over
notice
there.
this
Okay.
one for sure.
I'll move you over here then.
Master
Unless-
Sergeant awaiting orders.
Because he can't attack up there. So he has to wait as well. It's funny, when I think this through, it doesn't quite work out. When I just wing it, I happen to land in the right positioning to jump straight up there and get him. The hell of a thing.
I ain't got all day.
I'll let you go ahead and go get him. You haven't gotten to kill much. That was honestly overkill, but that's fine.
Direct my
You
blade.
can reach to attack that. Why not? That'll speed things along. So, Track, the next attack dog sent by the Capitol. Do you even know why you bleed for them? Perhaps not, until you've been made to bleed enough.
Ready.
We will always find a way.
I'm just getting started.
I honestly probably should put a medic in Jules' team, even though it'll cut his firepower down a bit, it'll increase his longevity. But I'm also not that worried about it. And there we go. They have helped me wipe them all
For my
out
homeland.
for free. Da-da-da! They've reached Centurion's Rest. Fall back to the keep and prepare our final defenses. Gunnar, save us. Chapter completed. 7 out of 7, 9 out of 11, 3 out of 3. Everything done nice and clean. If they just let me force surrenders, we would have had a lot more of those, but no. 20 years ago, Imperial Army Barracks. Sergeant Barnabas, we've got another one. Get your men ready. Get your men organized and ready to deploy in 2 hours. Right, another Denari Temple. Do you have a problem with that, Sergeant? No, sir. The army is being put to good use, sir. Yes, I'm sure you think so. Oh, and try to clean the uniforms up a bit before your men shut that place down. The war's over. The public has eyes on everything we do. With what resources, sir? We barely got enough coin to keep our boys from chopping my head off in a mutiny as is. You're telling me we're supposed to worry about spit and polish now? Just find a way, Sergeant. Put down that paperwork and do it your damn self if you have to. We're all on tight budgets. Don't you think my superiors haven't kicked me around lately as you were? Suspicious blue-haired kid just hanging around. I can do it, sir. Whoa there, small fry. Who let you in here? I'm sorry. I'll leave. Nah, don't sweat it, kid. Get on home now. Your folks are probably word sick. Damn. Thought so. Was hoping you had a home to go to. Please let me clean your uniform, sir. I ain't got nothing to pay you, kiddo. It ain't worth spending the energy. It's okay. Please, sir. There's supplies in the basement. Maybe the shields could have a bit more shine to them. Looks like I lost my appetite, too. Guess someone will have to take my lunch so it don't go bad. It's nothing special, but it fills you up. Barnabas is a good man. Somewhat. When he allows himself to be. The rebellion now makes its final stand at Centurion's Rest. Though Antares has lost most of his forces, his compound is heavily fortified and will not fall easily. Prime Minister Casimir, who has been a contender for the Imperial throne, seeks the prestige of a victory over the rebels. He has arrived outside Centurion's Rest with the Imperial army as Drax's forces prepare for the final battle with Antares. Peace may soon return to the land. About that. Of course, now we got a nice pile of conversations between everyone and Barnabas. I mean, that's because we kind of are making it up as we go along. Just kind of point people in a direction, cross your fingers. And honestly, it's always been a thing that those who doubt they should be in command are usually the better commanders. Because they actually think things through. Faction rank up. Yeah. Some people will stay enlisted forever just because of preferences, or because the people above them tell them to go to hell. There we go, they've become friends. I am going to make sure to trigger all of these dialogues. Make sure that people actually, you know, get their results. Okay. Grumpy old farmer. It's interesting that they show how the relationship between these characters rises and falls with those gems, but it's a little weird having them do it when you don't have any options to affect it. So it's like, okay, I'm watching this relationship nosedive. Why are you pinging me every time it happens? I can do nothing to avert this disaster. And here we have a conversation about the fascinating results of a huge accent difference. I do enjoy these conversations, though, because it does give insights into the characters themselves, so you understand what you're working with. We'll go ahead and get the bonus health for supports, because that's going to be important. Considering the mixed-up mess that my teams are, we'll go ahead and get the extra weapon power from mixed unit tactics. Get target leader, even though I don't really use it, I'm using it mostly to go up the line. This actually turned out to be really useful, and I picked it up late, so we'll pick it up early this time. We'll go ahead and get the armor bonuses. I'm not going to worry about the cavalry max HP at the moment. I want Polearm Mastery. Because that Polearm Mastery is going to be incredibly useful, both for making Sybil's squad stronger and making my own stronger at the moment. So we'll just move him into the middle, so now he's adjacent with everyone. Anybody ready to promote? Ooh, we've got an archer that's ready to get better. I made the mistake of making one into a horsebow randomly last time just to see if it would change anything. It didn't, so we'll just go ahead and make him into a better archer. Okay, Barnabas. Last time I was able to expand Barnabas' squad rapidly, because I was able to hire on some cavalry. We'll see how the marketplace treats me this time. Not as good. Not as good at all. Ooh, a treasure hunter, though. You've got really good effects, but no. Ah, when being healed, okay. I was about to question why healing attuned is on a not healer. But that makes more and less sense. Go ahead and buy out the shop again. Because I want all of these things. Because I have a plan for all of these things. Now, unfortunately, that definitely means we're not going to be able to expand Barnabas' squad as fast as I would like. Because we don't have enough people ready to promote to make more cavalry. Unless I take away, for example, my soldier, turn him into a cavalryman and move him over here, and just replace him with a regular. Which I could do, but I don't really want to. Now, I'm going to change her artifact over to be the Aldor Power Shield, because I typically use her squad and one other squad I get later as just the super durable, annoying as hell squad that just sits around and is a thorn in everybody's side. You will get the Crusader Mace, because strength will make your archery do more damage. So a huge strength bonus should actually make you useful, in theory. You will receive the Sayonari War Pike, so you do bonus damage to cavalry. And we don't have the extra artifact slot yet, so that'll do for now. The magic bonus really won't help Barnabas' squad at all because he doesn't have any mages. Unless I want to give you the thing so your mage gets better and give the war pike to the cavalry so that when cavalry's fighting cavalry they do better? Doesn't really matter that much. She has gotten her CP up, so there's no way I can turn her into a Valkyrie or anything. I am really tempted by that treasure hunter thing, but she would need to be a leader for that. And like I said before, I don't build my own squads that much. I use the existing leaders. So that really won't help anything. What does imposing do? More likely to be targeted. Okay. I need to double check what light does. Extra loyalty and leadership. Okay. Does not particularly matter then for a not leader unit. Speaking of, does anybody have excess leadership? If I wanted to be cheeky, I could take the ruby ring off of my squad and actually put a 6th unit in my squad already. Yeah, I'm betting it's a minor bonus. I know thievery can be made to be useful. Treasure hunter I have doubts on. Because even with the loaded dice that double your drop rate, I barely was getting anything from enemies anyway. So you'd probably have to stack it stupidly high to have it do anything. Like, to the point where it has no practical purpose anymore. Yeah, we can fit that. You are at least a level 5 medic, and you don't have the mercenary trait, so you don't have the increased capacity cost. I'll go ahead and hire her anyway, even though I won't make use of the treasure hunter trait. Just have a better medic for putting in Barnabas' squad for the time being. Because even though on my original trip up to Chapter 8, I didn't give Barnabas a medic at all until I got a Valkyrie available. Because I didn't want to theoretically slow them down. That was before I realized it's based on the percentage, not based on the minimum speed. We already bought out the trader. I don't really have anything else I need at the moment. Kind of happy with what I've got. You're level 2. I probably should sub out this militia, since she's super low level because I hired her at a low level. But there's nothing I really want to trade her for, because all these would be 1s. So we'll just make do with what we've got. And now plot happens. Am I bothering you? Never. Join me, Drac. Do you believe these people are common thugs? What I believe doesn't matter. We're just soldiers right now. Come on, I know you better than that. What exactly do you think the rebels want? They don't know what they want. They're angry and confused, lashing out against order, hoping chaos will improve their situation. All they understand is force, so force they shall receive. Interesting. What do you think they want, then? They just want to be heard and understood. The Empire taxing people to death to pay for their succession war debts. I lost the ability to speak. Give me one moment. If we destroy Antares, others like him will continue to speak out and rebel. You know just as I do. An army of lambs can become lions at a moment's notice. Let's not pretend that compassion will ever result in lasting peace. If the roles were reversed, if you were the one begging for mercy, do you think you would get it? And so we follow orders, as is our duty. Makes everything so simple. There's a Crimson Star out tonight. I haven't seen one in a long time. It is quite a sight to behold. It's an omen. Of course it is. Every time we've seen the Crimson Star, something big happens. Really big. Changes the course of history. Think that star's speaking to us, Drac? Calling upon us to do as Donar would and fix this world? Ha! It's just... Yeah, sure, that's probably what it is. Heh. Thank you for humoring me, Drac. Perimeter of Centurion's Rest, 1st Imperial Army. Time for politics. It seems you're just about ready to clean this up. Yes, Your Excellency, the army of Antares is broken. Well then, it should be a trivial matter to finish the job, yes? The people in the capital are anxious. They crave a swift resolution. Prime Minister, they've dug themselves in deep, and if we're reckless in this attack, we risk unnecessary casualties. Uh-oh. Drac, was it? You've made a bit of a name for yourself, you know. Some in the army ranks speak of a teal-haired youth who shocked Antares with a dramatic move and put his rebellion to a quick end. Commander Trihan, does he speak for you as well? Must I summon a bit more patience to spare our men? Their defenses do appear to be formidable, Your Excellency. A more cautious approach would indeed save lives. As you wish. Just one thing, do make sure that Drac makes it through this battle intact. I see great promise in him. Commander Trihan, the field is yours. Yeah, that is the reaction, absolutely. That is absolutely the intent there. And I very much get a feel from how he points our character out there that he actually is intending the opposite, for us to be thrown to the wolves immediately, so we shut up. Especially considering this immediate result. Your army has been vital to our operation so far. We're going to need shock troops to break inside their stronghold. We'll be right there with you. Yes, I think we can do it. Of course we can. We've backed them into a corner. Or they've got nothing left to lose and every reason to fight to the death. Zealous, we've got to reach Antares' base before the Imperial Army. Why? You want mercy for the defeated, don't you? Your tale about the Crimson Stars got me on edge. I just have a gut feeling. Come on, you've used that excuse dozens of times on me. True, Drac. Maybe we convince them to lay down their arms. Let's show Casimir's army who the real elite vanguard of Avril is. Now we have the ability to force surrender. And it's given us 2 immediate targets to do it with right off the top.
I must stay strong.
Let's see. Nobody will go after Zealous willingly at the moment. So we'll go ahead and have him move up into the obvious spot over here.
You got a plan?
Considering the reach Barnabas will have...
The battle lies before me.
Can anybody...
Here comes Sybil, ready or
Stay
not.
strong, everyone.
Nobody else can reach to force surrender on them turn 1. It's fine.
School is in session.
Barnabas should hold just fine. I'll just put other units up there with him to give them choices as to who to attack, and they oh yeah, duh. Hit and run. It'll be fine.
The time to act is now.
Because
Belmoon is this
Sybil's
one's for
squad's
sure.
very durable. I'm gonna make a target of them. Since they have low enough threat they should prefer her over Zelos immediately.
Ready.
I'll go ahead and park my happy ass right over here, out of arrow range.
Time to end this.
And you have extended range right now, so you cover that hill.
How can
And
I
they'll have
survive?
protection thanks to that hill as well, so we'll go ahead and move you over here. Now, I would not be surprised if the majority of enemies all just focus Sybil here, which might overwhelm her and might not. We also have the bait of the ally units running up here. But considering it's cavalry running straight into spears, they're not going to have a good time of this plan anyway. And thanks to the tower shield I gave Sybil's team, you'll notice they don't even take a damage from these guys, really. So, I'm not worried. That's why she's the bait squad, is because they have a devil of a time hurting her. Yeah, pretty much. I avoid taking significant damage here at the beginning of it, and then I zoom through the rest of it. Because the problem is, these enemy squads are weak enough that it's hard to actually get surrenders on them without going out of your way to get them. Which makes this just take a long time. I'd rather let them run into me and weaken themselves down for surrenders. It decreases my bounty amount, but I was drowning in money by Chapter 8, so I'm not too worried about it. Because I also didn't hire that many units. I was just using what I was given, for the most part. Aside from, I did hire a dragon from one of the bazaars. Specifically, I think it was this one that I got a dragon from, actually.
For my people. For my homeland. We will always find a way.
Eh.
Your command? Forward.
Since I'm not gonna have access to you, I'm gonna just have you get him out of the way. Let Sybil go do the actual fighting.
I'm just getting started.
Damn it, man. Why did you have to survive? Now you're just gonna be shot by them instead.
I must stay strong.
All bear in mind, this is not intended to be optimized. Considering this is still, for the majority, blind for me. I just taught myself the mechanics of the game ahead of time so we didn't have a complete wash. And then I admittedly ended up at Chapter 8 because I got swept up in it a bit,
Stay strong,
enjoying the
everyone.
game. Couldn't have you sit there, because they can't reach you, so you'll be fine sitting there. Yeah, they get wiped out. Nothing I could have done about that particularly. Yeah, they step over, shoot at them. That was the impression I was getting, considering I was literally just throwing things to the wind for 8 chapters and didn't have any problems until Chapter 7 got a little iffy. And that was because I was mostly having trouble with one specific squad being super fragile. And I'm sure you know which one was the issue as far as that goes.
That's my blade.
Time to end this.
Okay, you can't... Right, it doesn't go that far diagonally. Right. Go ahead and shoot them, then. In fact, guaranteed target the leader, so you guaranteed pop him. Because that'll break their morale down pretty good. Yeah, now they're shaken. Should have decent odds of just pushing them out of here. Really? Huh. I am honestly surprised. You didn't surrender the first time, but now you're willing to go. God damn it. Of course that didn't work this time. Why would it work this time? I probably should...
Got a plan?
No, you can't reach that archer right now anyway, it's fine.
Session.
Buy me a dragon. Basically, anything that shows up without the mercenary trait, I'll go ahead and buy. The rest of it, I'm not as sold. Overpower's fun. Ooh. We'll take another Aldor Tower Shield. Why not? Yeah. I do remember it saying that, but I never actually had it happen, because usually I didn't bother attempting to force surrender without them actually being ready to surrender guaranteed. I took a risk that time and it didn't pay off. That relies on us being on walls, which I don't think will be consistent enough to be worth it. Like, I know you want to get in as many fights with enemies as possible to maximize your experience and CP, but... Ooh, that'll be a good target if they don't manage to kill them. So they... yeah, they're gonna... They also walled it in, so I can't get to it now. And that's dead. Oh well. That's the risk of just letting the cards fall as they may. That still counts as a surrender, at least, since the medic bailed out. And that's the other reason why I'm not too worried about forcing surrenders on the soldier squads, is because more often than not, the medics will be the last thing standing.
Master Sergeant awaiting orders.
The layout of this area sucks. Which, you know, makes sense. It's a fortress. But it's still very annoying. Okay, you're at fair morale.
We will always find a way.
Go ahead and shoot them first. See if you can get their morale down a bit by killing some of them. Yeah, now the morale's gone. That'll do. Sybil can go ahead and clean that one up so I can move further forward. I do like the fact that you have surrender available as a guaranteed get rid of a weak squad move, though. It saves a lot of wasted time where you'd end up fighting these, like, one-man squads trying to kill them. And if it's something super durable, it might just sit there for goddamn ever. It's a very good mechanic. And it just is made better by the fact that they actually pay you for it. For you, what do you want? Deal with that later.
For my people, for my homeland.
Jules, I'm gonna give you one shot at weakening them enough. If you don't, Barnabas will just kill them and we'll move on with our lives. Or you'll just kill them yourself. That also works. I was worried he was going to do too much damage despite the wall bonus, but I figured it was worth a shot.
I ain't got all day.
Now you can go ahead and seize that then. And we're all cleaned up, ready to take out the leader.
I'm just getting started.
Your command?
Hey, Egan. Let's see. They do have some crossbows, but it's not too big an issue. We'll go ahead and let Jules get a first shot in there, though it probably will do nothing, because that priestess will undo all the damage. But it's free experience. If your shots just landed on that priestess just a little more, you could have just knocked her out immediately. Oh well. Now, who do I actually want to fight this, though? This one got a little hairy. Maybe the last time I did this.
For Viridia.
I don't really want Zealous to get the experience for reasons that will be explained later.
I
mean,
stay strong.
When in doubt, main character gets all the experience, because you're guaranteed to keep them through the whole game. I'm just a little worried that I might get beat up a bit on this one. Because those crossbows really do a number on armored units. Okay, you got one of them. That's a good sign. Okay, they survived. We're probably okay. Problem is, Jules is blocking me from healing, which is inconvenient.
Here comes Sybil.
Because annoyingly, you can't heal diagonally. So that Spearman is fucked. But, you know, it is what it is. It's very retro-styled. It is very built to be like the classic strategy RPGs. Yeah. Then the AI does things like this, though. And that's the one that blows my mind a little bit. They shoot over the unit they could kill somebody in, just to shoot at the archer because of the threat numbers. So now I can just, in spite of the fact I want Jules to get the experience, I can step Sybil in, heal this unit, and unless they specifically target that militia, we should be able to hit them again and be fine.
The battle lies before me.
I could also just self-heal, but I think this will work out just fine. Yeah. So I figured the targeting odds weren't gonna make the militia the high target. And now we get them to surrender, too. Who, because the healer's the only one left. But you are right, ending turn in front of them is a good idea.
Direct my
Barnabas, you can have it.
School is in session.
I want to raise his leadership so I can fit a bunch of cavalry in there. Right on the 7-turn mark. And I'd say that's a pretty good surrender count. I'm happy with that. That's the majority of their squads. Now things get complicated. Damn you, Antares. All these men had to die just to fill your delusions. Good men, wasted. Empress Florina, hang tight, it's almost over. Florina, I have failed. General, just let it end now. Turn yourself into these people, there's no more reason to fight. I will die this day, Imperials, but I will live on in the hearts of those who've been betrayed, who walked this life a stranger in their own lands. You Imperials have forgotten us, those who bled for you and those who now toil for you, but the people are beginning to see. And when you have finally pushed too hard, and plunged my homeland into chaos, those who survive will remember you as traitors. What are you doing? No! And he kills himself. Rather than be taken in. Holy Donar, take me. And that's the end of Antares. All this for what? He admitted defeat and died with honor. It is the only way an old warrior like him could go. No, this is different. There's a chill in my bones. All this sentiment over a relic of the past. It escapes me. Awful lot of troops for the fight being over. Zelos, what's going on? Stay calm, Drac. Drac, Zelos, I must congratulate you on your victory. Your key role in dispatching the rebel Antares is noted. And for that, you have earned our gratitude. That gratitude will serve you well in what's coming for you. On behalf of the Empire of Viridia, you are hereby guilty of high treason and conspiracy to murder the Empress. Yes, we've heard of your plans for treachery, Drac, and so too will all the world. That's not at all what... Is this some kind of joke? Troops, you may fire when ready. Numbing poison, they are to be kept alive. Ah, Drac! What have you traitors done? Face me, you cowards! Come to meet your deaths! And like idiots, they listen to him. And he gets to take a few of them with him. Imbeciles, we discussed this. Don't cross blades with that one. Shoot him now! He's taking a hell of a lot of numbing bolts. Ugh, is that all you've got? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why I wasn't giving Zelos a lot of experience. Even the first time, I had suspicions that he wasn't going to be with us long. Anyone who's played up as a really powerful character tends not to stick around long. Casimir, what is going on? My Empress, it's a relief we were able to uncover Drac's plot. Rest assured, the traitors will be dealt with. Is something else the matter? Why would... It shocked me as well, but as head of state naturally has many enemies. It is the way of politics in this age. Now then, let us return to the capital and put all this nonsense behind us, hmm? After you. Alright. Stab. Dead. Florina, assigned as a child the privilege to sit on the Imperial throne because of a blood relation that barely qualifies as legitimate. The high seat above all the world. Does someone like you even appreciate the power that emanates? Someday this land will have a leader that gives it the reverence it deserves. As you breathe your dying breaths, take solace in knowing I will take great care of the people of this land. Yeah, I had him do mostly capturing when I was playing before, but I wanted to kind of downplay the possibility that he wouldn't stick around, just to let this actually be a surprise for people. Was it a waste of resources? Yeah. But I'm betting nobody was surprised by this either way, really. Nor should they be. That was played really, really high and obvious, I'd say. Because up to the point I've gotten to so far, this game gets 0 points for subtlety. Betrayal. Prime Minister Casimir has Dragon Zelos taken alive just before assassinating Empress Florina. Yeah. Right after he hit you over the forehead with it, yeah. Using his position, he blames the murder on the Donari Temple's meddling. the other obvious play in that, blame the temple. Unimpeded by a sitting head of state and newly bolstered by the victor over Antares, Casimir strengthens his position as prime minister for all of Viridia. But neither the throne nor the Empire's strongest noble houses are under his control. Before long, the great dukes of the Empire, Terranor of the Duchy of Rimorg, Lothair of the Duchy of Istanar, and Jaromir of the Duchy of Embor, all issue public rebukes of one another, claiming the Empress's murder was a political plot to attempt to gain control of the Imperial throne. Which, they hit the nail on the head with that one, but they're blaming the wrong guy. Florina's uncle, Terranor, sends his army to his forward base at Fort Ordurica as a show of force. The fate of Drac and Zelos remain a mystery. However, fortunes turn in Drac's favor as an unlikely hero arrives just in time. As plot would have it, "7 years ago, Imperial Academy. Don't you guys have anything better to do? Where'd you get that uniform? You've been stealing from the armory, street urchin? What should we do with the thief? Probably gonna go cry into the Master Sergeant again. I'm watching you, street urchin. If I had my way, kids like you would be sent home. Yeah, go home. I hear the back alleys are comfy this time of year. Little shits. You okay, Drac? Hi, Zelos. I guess so. Don't sweat those guys. I've seen you in class. Not enough brains between the three of them combined to make one of you. Thanks. Zelos, those are supposed to be my comrades. They are. When it comes down to it, we're all gonna bleed for each other. They're testing you. You gotta fight back, Drac. Doesn't matter who, you always gotta show the world you're not to be messed with. You could take those guys no problem. If I helped you, they'd never leave you alone. Just trust me on this one. Even if you get roughed up, it'll pay off in the end. Which is mostly good advice. There's some iffy concepts in that, but the main core concept is more or less not a bad idea. Something might happen to those guys later. If anyone asks, you had nothing to do with it. See you around, Drac. And remember, plausible deniability. Paradigm shift. It's times like this I ask myself what went wrong. How the likes of Stefan end up against these devil worshippers running the risk of bringing harm to this beautiful face voluntarily. Ah well, these prisoners likely won't be saving themselves. And now enter the most fragile squad in the damn game in my experience so far, Stefan. Conceptually, it's a really good concept, because him and the rogues he gets set up with have that really nice back attack. But the way a lot of the squads in this game are designed in the AI hands tends to punish him doing any of that.
I love this part.
And in my experience, you can knock out their healers and their archers and such really good. That's what I was figuring, is he's one of those ones that's really bad early on, and then later he gets good.
Getting real thirsty here.
It just is really hard to get him there. Because he himself is fantastic. It's just the units that fit together with him I'm not a big fan of. Because, like, the regular rogues and skirmishers don't impress me. But I'm betting the tier 3 variants are going to be a lot better. someone up there likes you, friend. Let's get you out of these chains. What's going on? Name's Stefan. I'm working for the temple. Thank you, Stefan. I'm Drac. Can you swing a sword? A sword, Drac? Well, I hope so, because these cultists are hot on my tail. We'd best find our way out of here, friend. I think we saw the exit around the corner, just northwest of here.
The time to act is now.
And we do kind of have to boogie on this one a bit, because there are going to be reinforcements showing up as predicted. Oh, absolutely. But the problem is that high-tier infantry then flattens them, was the problem I was having.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
I'm sure it's all a matter of timing their attacks better and setting the unit up a little smarter than I was doing. Because, again, when I was first doing this, I was just kind of throwing things together. So I would not be surprised if with a bit smarter management it works a lot better. Though he did start doing scary things once I gave him overpower. Hell's bells, guess my cover's blown. We gotta get moving, kid, or they're bringing in reinforcements. Yeah, that was the impression I was getting.
From my homeland.
Because mind you, I'm usually the one who will
I
go
love this part.
for the sneaky fast attack units, but in games like this, they tend to be just gimmicky enough that they're not great. But I did find, like, sneaking one rogue into a normal squad very good. Because you can have that one rogue pop a healer or something, and then the regular squad still holds together.
I must stay strong.
Getting real thirsty here.
But part of the problem I think I was running into with Stefan's squad is, since they're fragile, he wasn't getting enough experience across his whole squad because they would tend to be dead. I could finish him off, but he'll just chase me anyway, so I'll just let him chase me.
The battle lies before me.
Because he can move... I mean, he's blocked by where I'm standing, but he should be able to reach if I stand here. This way, I don't have to waste the turn time killing him myself.
Oh, sorry. Did you need something?
So as you'd expect, putting a healer in his team helped immediately. Yeah, exactly.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
I assume there's enough evasion equipment in the game, you probably could just have him evade tank his way to victory to a degree. But you gotta get that stuff first. Whoa, Stefan. How do you plan on getting past the blonde with the giant hammer? Nah, that's Diana. Our ticket out of here. She's my partner in crime. Diana, as in the leader of the Temple Paladins? I never thought I'd see her in the flesh. Why in the world would such a figure be here? Let's have a meeting of the minds later, Drac. If I were you, I'd just do what I do and let Diana deal with these guys while I nab the loot. Works like a charm every time. Haha. And he ain't kidding. Diana will mop the floor with these guys. She's usually the one I'll also use in the incredibly durable Annoying squad. Because there were maps where her squad mopped the floor with the whole damn map by herself. And everybody else was just running around making all of the units that attacked her surrender.
I love this part.
No,
For my people.
the
For
main
my
mistake
homeland.
I think I was making the first time I was doing this was I wasn't mixing squads. I was usually trying to keep them to theme. Oh, yeah. I had her set up with a priest, herself, a pair of paladins, and then I don't think I finished leveling the thing in the front middle by that point. Are you one of the prisoners here? Yes, I was. This is fortunate. We didn't expect this. You must come with me. Guess I'm in no position to argue. We do still need to get everybody up to those arrows. But thankfully we did this quick enough that Stefan should be able to get out before everybody starts catching up. But no, the only squad I actually put a Valkyrie in was... my cavalry squad had a Valkyrie to serve as its on and off healer.
Getting real thirsty.
While I was setting up to get a Hospitaller as well.
I must stay strong.
Because I made some slightly funky mistakes along the way. Stefan can get clear of that guy, it'll be fine. Or at least it should be. How much health do you have?
Something?
170? Yeah, you should be okay.
A paladin never surrenders.
Need be, I'll not put Diana in the exit quite yet. Because he'll reach Stefan and attack him. But Stefan should do enough damage to clear him out, and then he can run for his life. Yeah. Because the other one will move up, but then Stefan should have enough movement range to stay ahead of him, I think. Yes, okay.
Donar be with
No need to do anything else then.
The battle lies before me.
It also doesn't matter because I keep forgetting all I need to do is get the main character to the damn exit. Yeah, that was the problem I was running into, is I had a lot of very focused squads, but they weren't in the right situations for them to do their job properly. All of the other focused squads worked fine. The light infantry one was the funky one. Granheim Abbey is just over these mountains. It's a Donari Temple outpost. We'll be safe there. Let's keep moving. If the cold doesn't take us, the enemy patrols will. Am I the only prisoner you found alive? Sorry, friend, you're it. Zelos. He was with me before they took me. He fought to save my life. Our enemy's clever and elusive. It's possible that your friend was taken elsewhere. What enemy? Long story, friend. We'd best be heading, though. Asking for a bit of trust here. Of course. No, I've had even good luck just having one mage mixed into some regular infantry squads just for that nice bit of punch to take out a certain target. Welcome to Granheim Abbey. The temple has maintained a presence here for generations. Right. Only those temple folk are crazy enough to want to live here, I suppose. You gotta admire their grit. Let us speak in the chapel. We do not wish for the pilgrims to hear anything. Prepare for an info dump, guys. This one's a little hefty. Not in tone, just in length. It is a miracle we found you when we did, Drac. Who were my captors? The followers of Xanatus. My mortal enemy, scourge to all the innocent people of our world. Xanatus. Yep, that one. Some call him the devil, the bringer of death, dark god, what have you. Turns out he's got quite the following here among us mortals, a cult of sorts. They might have taken you away, never to be seen again, had we been just a tad slower. Have you heard of the battle between the dark god Xanatus and Donar? I have, but for the sake of everyone listening, I'll go ahead and let them tell the story again. In a time long before living memory, the world was covered in despair. The dark god Xanatus was summoned into our world, and the human race endured unspeakable tyranny and hardship under his rule. Seeking to liberate their people, 5 warriors led by the legendary hero Donar rose up in rebellion. Donar became the symbol of hope, and for the first time people believed that Xanatos could be defeated, and that they could be free. On the brink of defeat against overwhelming odds, the 5 heroes received the boon of the heavens. With this new power, they pushed back the demonic forces of Xanatos, and Donar plunged his blade into the heart of the Dark God himself, sending him to the void. With the defeat of Xanatos followed the collapse of his empire. The human survivors, guided by faith, planted the seeds of civilization as we know it today and prospered for centuries. Da-da-da-da. This ancient battle is about to return to our world. Everything has been set into motion as it is told in the prophecy. This is why the cultists have mobilized. They're searching for the Nephilim. Nephilim? You mean the giants in children's fairy tales? The 5 heroes who defeated Xanatos so long ago ascended to the heavens to watch over us as gods. Their spirits have seen fit to return to our world to be reborn into 5 mortals, 5 Nephilim. We of the Temple have no doubt. War is coming, and Xanatos is marshaling his forces against us. Come on, Diana. Are you gonna tell him, or do I have to? We did just witness you in battle. What? You're supposed to be one of these Nephilim or something? Let me get higher up so I can yell at you better. The prophecy is not so easily interpreted. The Temple Grandmaster Oxley believes I bear the characteristics of a Nephilim due to my lineage. But you were the only survivor we found here. They know something about you, Drac. That makes you part of a prophecy. I mean, not inherently, but I guess if you want to believe that, sure. That's... come on. There's nothing special about me, I'm just on the wrong side of Casimir's scheming. You expect me to just listen and believe. You need not simply believe. Look. This is the runic pattern designed to channel certain energies. The more humane version is used by the Temple. And mine. Every prisoner had this inscription, evidence of cult experimentation. To fail their test is to die. Yet as you live and breathe, you stand before us. This can't be real. Pretty outlandish stuff, yeah? I try not to question it. It makes things nice and easy. What exactly would you have me do? It is normal to resist your fate. I can't force you to do anything. All I ask is that you put your trust in us, and all the Denari Temple, your newest ally. You are now known to the followers of Xanatos. They'll be coming for you. I have a small army here in Granheim Abbey. If you would join us, we're planning to return home to our main temple in Lemelin. You've saved my life. I owe you the benefit of the doubt. But only as far as your home temple. Zelos could still be out there. He could be looking for me, so I can't just leave him behind. My friend, if you and I are truly Nephilim, I will never leave your side and no one will stand in our way. It is the fate of Nephilim to reunite as one, else all may be lost. I gotta say, I understand the whole thing about prophecy and everything being important to her, but that is a heavy thing to just drop in somebody's lap. The day you meet them. No friend of yours will go unsaved. No enemy of yours will go unpunished. Of this you have my word and my honor. Also, promising things that are physically impossible. Hard to argue with that. Come, I've requested that a force of temple warriors be assembled for us. Let us meet them. Sister Diana, I hope we meet your expectations, and we have more than enough supplies to make it home safely. Wait, wow. Of course, Abigail. Thank you, sister. You are to serve our new friend Drac during our journey. Sister? So pleased to meet you, Drac. Yes, I am a priestess of the Sisterhood of Mercy. You look so familiar. Do you have a brother? Oh yes, I certainly do. Hi, yep. You're the mirror image of my friend Jules. Only a sibling of his could be so sunny. You know my brother? Wow, how fortuitous. If you are a friend of my brother, then you surely are a friend of mine, dear Drac. If you will have me, of course. I would reach higher, but I physically can't. With the cunning adventurer Stefan, and the mighty paladin Diana as Drac's new allies, Drac sets out from Granheim Abbey, bound for the Donari Monastery at Lemelin. There, he hopes to gain the answers he seeks. Drac will have to reach Port Genos, from which he can sail directly to Lemelin. But now, Drac faces the followers of Xanatus, who seem to have far-reaching power and influence. It seems that Drac's moment of rest will not last long, as the enemy has seen fit to call for reinforcements of its own. And now things go further wrong. As always, letting the conversations play out, but not straining myself to read them aloud. Short version, Stefan was a thief. Got in with some serious business crooks. Diana came, wrecked shop, and caught him in the act of stealing from the big dude. And, well, as you see there, they came to terms about that whole thing, and now he works for her. And now we're on one wild trip together. Even if you don't care about the connection between characters, you want to get all those stars so you get your faction rank up anyway. Go ahead and increase the odds of getting dragons. Ah! I thought that thunder was in the game because I forgot whether there was thunder going on during that speech. Turns out, no. That is very loud, imposing thunder over my head. Joyous day. We do want advanced archery, so our archers are actually useful. There's something specifically I'm looking for up here. For now, I'm gonna get the artifact slots so we can get better customization, since we're now gonna have more stuff available to us. Now they're starting to offer us some real heavy stuff in here, too. A Valkyrie with Challenger. Pity I'm too broke for that. I did not get nearly as much money this time, but I also spent more because we got some... Ooh. Just gonna buy that. Yep. Yep. And we'll get the Armor Ignore Sword. This is such a better shop than I'm used to seeing. My god. My luck's finally kicking in. Yeah, those are all mercenaries. I don't really want any of those. You guys can be promoted. Oh wait, yeah. They actually put the squad that Zelos had into our... Yeah, that's absolutely what I was thinking of when I saw that weapon. It's like, oh, I can make Stefan useful. Because he will destroy people with that thing. But no, they actually gave me Zelos' squad back. Because these are the units I had in his squad, and we had nobody in reserves before. So it was actually good that I did have people in his squad. Okay. Good. I don't need him as a Cavalier at the moment, but I'm gonna make him a Cavalier for a reason in the future, because we're not gonna rotate too many of these into anybody's squad yet, I don't think. Make you a Priestess. And we will go ahead and remove one of these medics to replace with this Priestess. You do have room for one more, though. Wait. I don't remember having Diana have enough room for 6 people right off the top. Up last time. Do even story characters have slightly random stats? Because I swear she did not have 58 capacity when I got her last time. Unless I happened to... Did I roll a higher level for myself this time? So I also... Because I didn't have 60 capacity when I got here last time either. I wonder if it's It's probably predominantly based on the main character's statistics. If they're leveled a little more, they'll probably spawn them at his level. Or at least closer to it to compensate. So probably the strategy would be to power level the main character like it is in a bunch of these, so that you then spawn them stronger. So I believe, doesn't the mercenaries in the shop also try to match your strongest? Something along those lines? It's not a one-to-one thing, of course, but it's along those lines. Sword fighters are real fun, so I'll go ahead and grab a sword fighter nice and early, because it's going to take a lot of doing for her to get to Sword Master. Yeah. It may just be that I happen to make units surrender with different people this time, as opposed to last time, because I definitely had a similar surrender rate. I just don't know what order people did what in, necessarily. Yeah, he's definitely getting Sin Crescendo, and I think I'll give him the Attacks Ignore Armor benefit as well. Because that'll help him crunch through some of the heavier stuff. Oh, absolutely. But I definitely capped less objectives with the main squad this time than I did last time. I can confirm that one for you. If I wanted to be cheeky, I could also give him the Eldor Tower Shield to keep him alive. Because that 10 armor bonus would be huge for him, but it would reduce his skill. And reducing his skill would be bad. So he does have 86 skill, which is probably more than he needs. Oh, that makes sense too, yeah. I did notice that that number was popping up connected to other people. Yeah. Now, I noticed at least one of those. Okay. We're gonna get the bowman out of Stefan's squad, I think. Yeah. He doesn't need these. And actually, hang on. Since I have the extra capacity, we're gonna move this around. Boot you out of the squad, you'll go to somebody else's. Get me a dragon. To no one's surprise. Go ahead and give him the sword fighter now. And put the medic over there. Okay. That won't be a half-bad squad. He's gonna lose damage. Yeah. That's why I shifted her over. I like having at least one sword fighter in my squad, because I usually go heavy on damage for my own setup. But having it all be light infantry over here is still a good call. It's gonna have the fragility problem still, and I'm gonna shift things around to fix that potentially. Diana's squad I don't have to do much with. Her squad's just scary in general, but I am gonna give her the tower shields. In fact, we don't have Sybil anymore, so if I want to be stupid... Why is it... Oh, you can only have one copy of an artifact, can't you? Yeah. Okay. I was gonna give her both tower shields to be funny, and just make her literally unkillable. But, of course the game thought of that and won't let you do something that stupid. Let's be real, we would all have done that if we had that option, because that would just be ridiculous. Because she already has 40 armor naturally. So 20 more armor would be 60, and I don't think anything at this stage of the game can hurt that. It would just be obscene. You know what? I don't think the 5 skill lost is gonna be bad enough. I think the 10 armor's worth it to keep Stefan's squad intact. Because that doubles their armor. I'm pretty sure that'll be helpful. Now, for my own purposes, I don't really have much else I can give to my squad. I'll take the gorilla armor for now, though I'm gonna shift that over to a cavalry team once I get another cavalry team. Of course, now that I stacked her with artifacts, she doesn't have room for another soldier, but that's okay. I was initially going to give her the apprentice if I hadn't given her the tower shield. So they're all stacked out. Right, I spent all my money already. We do have that one arena fight we can do. And I'm going to be blunt right now. I lost my first arena match because I misunderstood that I needed to defend this base. I completely forgot about it. It just for one turn, which was enough for them to run in and take it from me, which just made me look really stupid. Because I did not realize just how much movement range they had in this arena either.
Repent before the righteous.
So what I'm gonna do is, rather than actually sitting on the base for the moment, I'm actually gonna just wall off like this for the time being. And let them come to me. Yeah. That's what happened, is it was like a 1 unit left light cavalry guy who just ran around me and fucking sat on it. I'm just like, really, game? You're gonna play it like that? Okay. It can be, but with them being up here, I'm not going to do that at this point. I'm in no hurry. I will genuinely let them just come to me. Because with the position Stefan's in, he's safe. And he's the only one who would really be threatened by these guys. Yeah, you're going to come at me with your rogues, which is fine. You get chewed up. This game is quite good. I've only played the first 8 chapters, so I can't speak to the entire game, but it is very highly rated, and I have seen no serious issues with it in the first chunk of the game I had done, so I can in good conscience recommend it. I wouldn't be bothering to do it if it wasn't good. Is for something this long, I was absolutely going to make sure before starting it. Okay, their morale's shattered, so we can just force them out. Get the hell out of here. Your morale's fucked, so you can just get out of here. Their morale's, of course, still good.
Real thirsty here.
Yeah, just go ahead and fight them. It'll be fine. Oh no, we were stunned. And their front rank is still slaughtered, and now they auto-surrender because there's only supports left. Yes, just keep feeding me! Feed me, soldiers! Yes! They might actually manage to kill one of my troops, but that's fine. Hopefully they don't focus the dragon down, because they're the hard ones to train.
Oh, sorry.
Ah, I thought he was in position to reach that archer immediately. That's fine. I'm gonna have Stefan try to force a surrender on them. Okay, it is maxed. Interesting. They went from shaken, I guess because they got surrounded. Does being surrounded affect morale in this?
Ready.
Because it definitely went from shaken to shattered without me doing anything to them otherwise. So I guess adjacency matters. Which, actually, that's a nice touch if that's true.
A paladin never surrenders.
Now we can just clean up, is there's nothing that'll make it to our base. They'll take some pot shots at us, we'll heal, it'll be fine. Thanks for the free experience, I guess. Not that we get much by being shot and not replying, but the healer at least gets to do something.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
You guys will die a miserable death. I will say, though, playing this makes me really want to play Soul Nomad again.
For my people. For my homeland.
There we go, another squad fully wiped out. I'm doing just slightly better a job killing them all than I did last time, which is not the best.
I
But
must stay strong.
it would be better if I was able to force more of them to surrender, but
I love this part.
it is what it is.
Repent before the righteous.
This squad's relatively dangerous, which is why I'm having Diana's squad fight them. Because her squad is nigh unkillable at this stage of the game, unless something stupid happens. Especially with that tower shield. It's very unfortunate for them that they keep rolling to stun the healers, which are not needed. And now we just need to cap the point, which... I'm already at 60 leadership. I'll let Stefan grab it.
I'm real thirsty here.
And that's our first arena done. It took me one turn too many because I sat still, but that's fine. Still gets a rank S because of everything else we did. Ooh, I haven't seen the Assassin's Heart trait before. That might be perfect. What is that trait? I'm just gonna look at it on literally anybody, it doesn't matter. Critical damage increased by 50%. Okay. Not the biggest deal. And I know Vengeance is based on how many squad mates you lose, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna save that Medal of Valor for a specific squad we're gonna be getting in a little bit. Though I could use the Medal of Valor to kick one of these up to 60. But I don't need to. We did just get a Daikatana. The extra strength on my squad would be nice. Trade the armor for the evasion. Nah. I'll stick with my current idea of giving it to my squad. And... right, we didn't get anything else. For some reason I thought we got 2 artifacts out of that when we got a bunch of experience books and such. Which I'm going to hold on to those experience books for the time being. I don't need them to be used here or in now. We'll just deploy on to the next one. I feel better about these squads than I did the last time I did this. Tide Reavers, the Mark is hiding out at Grandheim Alibi. And there's a mountain of gold waiting to reward his bounty. I don't care if you burn the place to ashes. I want Drax's pretty little blue head. You'll notice we now have Abigail, the priestess, along with us as well. But we couldn't access her squad during organization, and there's logic to that, and it'll make sense soon.
Where am I needed?
Okay. Same thing I did last time, I'll have Diana go down here and clog this, and the rest of us will go the other way.
Oh, sorry. Did you need something?
I don't need the temple, I just want Stefan not to rush too far ahead of everybody else. She can go ahead and stand in front of me for the time being. Because her heavy infantry, just like Diana's, will take a beating decently. That sword fighter she spawns with, though, does lend her a little bit more killing power. Yeah, they're just gonna roll in with every goddamn cavalry unit they've got, clogging all this up. Which is fine, because now they die.
A paladin
Diana can slip around this side. Oh, we can get a Hussar, actually. That is one of the higher tier upgrades in this game. We just are nowhere near getting that yet. You can also get Dragoons. I don't believe it's a winged Hussar.
The time to act is now.
I don't remember. Because I haven't actually gotten one, even when I got up to Chapter 8. I have seen the image for them, but I don't remember what it looks like enough.
I must be brave. My friends are counting on me.
We'll go ahead and force a surrender on this guy, too. And then we'll have Stefan step forward and take out the other one. Yeah.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
It's normally like $20. If you buy it on Green Man Gaming, I think they still have a sale taking it down to like $12 or $14. So it's by no means bad to get a hold of. Which, that sale's why I have it, is I was holding off till it was a bit cheaper just because this isn't my primary genre of interest. Look at the fact that all these guys are doing like 1 damage to her. This is so silly. Because ordinarily they'd at least do damage to her healers back there, but since they've got that across the board plus 10 armor, it just isn't mattering at all. Oh wow. That horseman actually dodged. Didn't do them any favors for morale, though.
I love this part.
Let's see. I'm betting these two would be able to reach here. Hmm.
Donar be with us.
You go ahead and force them to surrender.
Ready.
I'll go ahead and go over here. I was originally going to have Stefan hit this unit, because he'll more or less guaranteed kill it. But then everything will come after him. And I don't think his squad would hold up that well against that at the moment. Though he does have the other tower shields, so maybe. I can have you grab him. And then Stefan can swing around here to support Diana by killing that guy
Real
off.
thirsty here.
Because he can pop those crossbowmen immediately. Or at least, he popped one of them, which is good enough. His crossbows can be spooky. And that squad's basically dead. That's everybody's turns done. Heck. And sometimes they'd rather just die than surrender. So they just hurl themselves at something that'll just destroy them. Ideally, you want to make as many surrender as possible since you get leadership bonuses and you get paid extra gold at the end of the mission for how many you make surrender. It's always nice when the priestess is the one that gets the free action, so we basically didn't take damage.
I must not fail.
That squad's more dangerous to her, so I'll have her hit this one. Because the rogues will just go around her heavy armored troops. Not that the bowmen are that much better for her health, but it's a little better. So at least there's a chance RNG won't make them shoot her every time. Whereas rogues are guaranteed a back attack.
For my people.
Now, I sent 3
My
people over
homework.
here when I did this last time, but 2 people are clearly doing a good enough job. Actually, just so they don't destroy themselves, let's just force them out. We'll let the other one stand, it's fine.
Oh, sorry. Did you need something?
I don't think he's gonna come out of that fort. Most of the time, they just chill in their forts if they're in one. What's up, Xeno? What is the wah? Ah. Yep, I anticipated the rogues going after this squad hard. That was the one concern with that move of not taking them down. Ah. Yeah, Twitch will be Twitch. It's fine, you didn't miss that much. Just a lot of reading.
Stay strong.
Can I make you surrender yet? No. Take you out then. This is Symphony of War, the Nephilim Saga. This is pretty good. I wish it had just a little bit more in the way of promotion variety and such for your troops, but I know there's only so much they can do with that.
Where am I needed?
Yeah. Ah. There we go. Flatten most of them.
See this one coming.
Stefan just kind of hang out there till she clears the path. Okay, it doesn't matter where she is. Oh, my stars. Look, a baby dragon. What a sweet thing. Sweet thing. Yes, scared too. What are you doing here, dear dragon? Tad Reavers were probably looking to sell it. The grown-ups go for a king's ransom, you know. No surprise considering the devastation they can bring. Sister Diana, please allow me to take care of this dragon. Of course, Sister Abigail. This dragon is a lucky one to have you. Oh, my stars. It's quite a love bite. A little softer next time. Maybe I shall call you Nibbler. And that is why you don't have control of Abigail's squad composition before this fight. They needed to make sure they had a spot to put Nibbler into her team. Can't move Diana's squad at all. It just went into her team over here.
My friends are counting on me.
I also have a dragon over in this squad. I have multiple teams in play here.
A paladin never surrenders.
I am going rather quick, so that happens. I'm just trying to get these earlier missions over. Well, there's not precisely a hardcore. There is a permadeath where anybody not story character related will permanently die. And there is a higher difficulty than the one I'm on, which makes everything do more damage, etc., etc. Make it painful and annoying for anybody playing it. Yeah, I can see that vibe in this a little bit. Though I haven't actually specifically played 2, I've only played 3. 3 was quite good, though.
The time to act is now.
Yeah. That's about what I would expect, yeah, is you're constantly replacing squad members, I'm sure, at that difficulty. There's more than 3 Grandia games, I'm pretty sure.
I can do this.
3 might be only stuck on the Dreamcast, though. I do not remember if it ever was on anything else.
Donar be with us.
Getting real thirsty here.
Don't take what I'm saying on that one as fact, because I genuinely did not look it up or anything, so I cannot guarantee that one.
Ready.
Damn it, couldn't quite reach. That's fine. You grab that.
Not fair.
She'll head on this way. Keep healing the rest of her team back up. Now,
Repent before
go ahead
the
and have
righteous.
Diana hit this. I was gonna send Stefan in first, but Diana wouldn't be able to reach anything to block for him. So we'll just let her keep rocking through this. So if he can reach to move around to the side, I might...
Oh, sorry.
Nah.
Need something?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few. Okay, I did grab that. I can probably help you with that.
For my people. For my home.
I can't guarantee I can help you set up
I must
all of
stay
them,
strong.
but I can definitely help you
Bet
with
didn't
some
see
of
this
them.
one coming.
The main one I'd be worried about not being able to do anything with is Grandia Online, because I have no idea what that's even on, how that works, etc. Yeah, 2 will be easy enough to sort out. And 1 probably is on a low enough console that it'd be easy enough to emulate. 3's probably doable. It may run a little
Where
funky.
am I needed?
Yeah. This leader, I remember tearing one of my squads apart with his double attacks, which is why I'm having Diana soften them up first. It is just not worth taking the casualties to deal with that. Oh, there you go. That makes it easy. I'm kind of surprised 3 wouldn't be on there. But that might not have been as well received, I'm not sure. Never actually really looked at the ratings for those.
A paladin never surrenders.
I'm pretty sure since he's the leader, he can't be made to surrender. Oh no, voluntary surrender chance high. Yeah, why not? Yeah, he won't auto-surrender completely, but his archer may give in when he gets whacked over the head. Oh, he surrendered too. Neat. Relatively not long ago, yeah.
I love this part.
My friends
Abigail
are
can't
counting
reach.
on me.
Sad. We got time. I'm gonna let Abigail grab it just so she gets more leadership.
Battle lies before
She needs all the help she can get. Similar to the problem Sybil had.
I can do this.
If we were closer to the turn time, I would have just let Stefan grab it. I missed an objective? Oh, let me guess. Those forts count, don't they? And I keep forgetting to grab those. It's fine. I don't need to S-rank everything. Yeah. That could be said of a lot of ports and a lot of systems and a lot of games, honestly. Cutscenes can get a little funky. Still alive, huh? Hey, scumbag, I'm talking to you. Have it your way, traitor. You best not... You keep not talking, and I'll keep pummeling you. You know, I'm just doing my job. If you starve to death down here, it don't matter much to me. Sleep tight, prisoner. Yeah. Got some problems down there. What the? You can't come down here. And the guard's dead. Instant karma.
Well, he's dead. Real shame. He will be missed.
He will not be missed. Barbaric. How long did they let you languish in here? Do not worry, my boy. I know what they did to you. We won't let them get away with it. Who are you? Edmund Pendergast, financier. I hope you've heard the name? Yeah, you've got some money, they say. So what do I matter to a man like you? Haha, just know that I'm a friend. And frankly, you could use one right now. You'll know what you need to know in time. You two, get him out of those chains. It's like we're both getting unlikely rescues. I mean, who's to say if that's accurate or not? A bit dramatic with that whole end of the world speech, don't you think? Drac is not familiar with the temple's ways. It may be just what he needed to hear. You're really serious about this stuff, aren't you? Just as the cult was deliberate in finding the Nephilim, so too must the Paladins be when countering their actions. It must be easy to think everything and anything happens for a reason. Although, as though the fate of all reality is set in stone, so why bother setting out to change it? There are some things I would change, Stefan. I mean, they managed mixed results on that, which is a good thing. There needs to be a mix of all of the above. It can't just all be one or the other. The life of a warrior is difficult. The comforts of home call out to me. Little Alex? Yeah, I bet the kid really misses you. Yes. But my son deserves a better world to inherit. If Xanatus is returning to our world, I must remain out here, fighting against fate, inevitable as though it may be. Yeah, I hear ya. And they do actually give you a male-female choice as to the main character at the start as well. He's a good kid. Wish I had something as precious as Alex is to you. Yeah, some games definitely go to excess with that. My Alex worships you. You're practically his own father. No kidding. Huh. Doesn't that just beat all? Can you play that tune he likes so much? I've grown very fond of it as well. Just gonna make you miss home even more. I was playing on a smaller window when I was playing this before. I did not tell that that was a flute he had. Just looked like he was holding some kind of weird green stick. But at least at this size, you can tell it's a flute. We're almost up to where I stopped. Which this is, of course, taken significantly less time because I knew what I was getting into this time. Tide Reavers, the most infamous outlaws the world has ever known. Their first army of mercenaries failed to capture Drac, but it's clear that they will be back. For now, Drax's army sets up operations from Fort Naxos. It is only a few days' trip to Port Janos from there, but Drax's army prepares for the wrath of the Tide Reaver army, commanded by the Master Assassin Kuroda. We are entering Chapter 6 now, I believe. It should pop up here in a moment. It's either 6 or 7. Nah, Journey to Lemelin. After we beat Kuroda will be Chapter 7. Let these dialogues play out. Multiple arms to the priesthood. Some bash people's skulls, some people fix the skull bashing that happens. Paladins have to bear a child before they're allowed to be a paladin so they can leave the legacy behind, I assume. As you see there. Kuroda's pretty brutal, so I wouldn't be surprised if people did turn permadeath off for that. Though I won't say what I'm thinking about that fight until after we deal with him, because I don't want to immediately jinx myself like I have this horrible tendency to. Go around making friends with everybody. We didn't gain any tech that time. Even though we did force a couple surrenders, so I'm not really sure why we didn't get tech credit that time. But that happened to me last time I was here, too. Sure, I'll grab that for the future. I'm not going to use it now because I don't have that many things that I care about using the magic for at the moment. Ditto goes with that. And that. I don't need something that gives 2 skill. That's useless to me. Let's see. Promotions. Oh, I don't know if you were here to catch it, but we got incredibly lucky with an artifact for Stefan. Leader gets an extra turn, followers deal slightly less damage. It has been very silly. And we have a pair of Aldor Tower Shields, which have been doing very good things for us. Diana's squad in particular straight up doesn't take damage from anything right now. Oh, aside from leaders. Now, I'm going to make a quick change to Abigail's squad and my squad. As much as I would like to have my own dragon in my squad, I like the idea of having double dragons in Diana's squad. Except she can't fit it in there with her current goddamn leadership because she's 1 point short. Cocksuck. Okay, we'll do that after this mission then. She ended up 1 leadership short, even though I handed her a couple captures. Dang it. Just keep on training the dragon over here. Go ahead and make you into priestess as well. Yeah. Because if she grows fast enough... Nah, I won't worry about it. Double priestess on this team is what I was rolling with last time, so I'll roll with that again. It basically makes this team indestructible. Unless I do something especially stupid. So let's see. I don't think anybody's got room for any more units either. We didn't really gain that much leadership. Now, I almost could. I could fit a pair of units in if I get rid of the dragon. Which is what I was intending to do, but I don't want to have the dragon sitting on the bench since they take so long to train. I don't think I got any more arena tickets. No, I did not. Okay, I think we're good to go fight this next stage then. This is gonna be a rough one. This is the roughest chapter I had getting up to chapter 8. The time for subtle measures is past. Tide Reavers, our objective is Fort Naxos. Surround that fort and have no mercy. They sent Kuroda? Hell's bells, they're not messing around. That guy's got killing in his blood. Drac, some powerful folk want your hide. Drac, we could use your knowledge here. The temple needs my advice? I hardly think. The temple is not accustomed to the open battlefield. Okay. Well, we're outnumbered. The standard move is to secure a defensive bottleneck. We might try to take the small forts by the river. It's slightly better than being overwhelmed here. Right. We'll follow your command, Drac. Donar be with us. Now, the way I played this last time, since there's not much in the way of units actually near these bridges, you don't even need to pay them any mind. They won't go for them. You only need to focus on dealing with the stuff that comes in from this side and that side for the most part. So I did... Actually, no, they do bring some units up through the middle. I put Diana in that fort last time. But it got real shaky for Abigail over here, so I might change my pattern a bit. Specifically... I'm still gonna keep Diana as the blocker down there, or in the fort, because she's unkillable. What I'm gonna instead do is I'm gonna have Stefan start out over here helping her deal with the cavalry that's gonna charge up this side. And I'll go solo over here and cause trouble. But that's all 4 squads I've got. So that's the splitting I'll do. Immediately occupy this, they'll come after her, get bodied, everything will be fine.
Getting real thirsty here.
Stefan's squad will do a great job of killing enemies. If I was less worried about his stability, in terms of surviving, I would just leave him over here to handle this stuff that's gonna come up. But I think I'm better off having a double on that side. Because there's honestly not that much over here. It's just a lot of cleaning up. And since I've got the most leadership... Well, I would rather send somebody with less leadership over there, but... the survivability over there is a little concerning. Because those 2 rogues at the fort down there are a problem. Now they all come piling up on that bridge. I might be able to one-turn the guy sitting on the bridge, and then Abigail could jump forward and hit the next one. But, ta-da! That's why I wasn't that worried about taking that side. Looks like we're right on time. Drac, don't count us out just yet. The army's gonna have our heads if they find out about this. Are you sure you're okay with this, guys? I've never known Drac to be sinister in any way. There's something fishy going on, and Drac needs our help. It's very gutsy of you, Jules. We're way past worrying about the army now, kiddos. We're criminals now. But no time for bellyache, and let's get our butts over to Drac's position on the double. So yeah, now we have 7.
We will always find a way.
Jules, go ahead and grab that. Sybil, grab that. Now I can turn around as soon as I deal with this guy and go support Diana. I didn't want to give away that we were getting new allies, which is why I split the way I did. There we go, we got the first class mastery upgrade for that dragon, so we'll be able to upgrade him.
Oh, sorry. Did you need something?
I don't think he'll be able to wipe that team out entirely, but we'll give it a go. I think he can at least survive if he doesn't manage it. Okay, never mind. I had nothing to worry about with him cleaning that squad out. Because he gets the extra turn from that sword. So he can pop the last guy. Then Abigail takes the bridge. And that squad is now basically a non-entity.
Repent before the righteous.
I'm gonna go ahead and move her forward to clog the bridge. Is they're gonna go after her one way or the other, but she doesn't really need the defensive benefits of the fort that badly. Okay, they can't reach my base. I just realized I left the base just open enough that if the game wanted to be a real bastard, they could jump around me. But he can't jump around far enough to win that way. I'm not going to rush Barnabas forward entirely, because his squad's not as strong as it was the last time I did this. And I don't want him just getting ripped apart by those rogues. How far can they reach? Okay, they can reach to there and there. I do want to encourage them to come out, so I'm going to stand Barnabas here so they come out and shoot at him with the... Oh no, they don't have archers. They only have mages, and mages can't do ranged attacks, which is kind of stupid. But it's in keeping with other games of this type, so I understand. This is going a lot smoother than it did last time I did this already. Abigail's squad had gotten ripped in half last time. Oh yeah, Sybil's squad does have the lower threat, so that makes sense that they turn around and go for her. Which is just gonna feed her leadership, which is exactly what I want. So, you know what? That's fine. It's a pity that guy's not gonna survive. Oh well. Not enough class mastery for the dragon yet. Now they uselessly pepper Diana with arrows, only mildly inconveniencing even her priests. Basically, I think what my intent is today is I'll push us up to at least Chapter 8, where I was, and I may or may not go longer to go further today. Because we're getting there a lot quicker than I anticipated, so I may push further than that. Depends on how my throat feels by the time we get to that point. Since this is a lot of reading, doing it the way I am.
For my people.
So I'll head on back
my
down
homeland.
this way.
Here
Yeah.
comes Sybil.
You can go ahead and make him surrender.
Stay strong, everyone.
You got a plan?
They didn't leave the fort. I'm not sure they're going to.
Where am I needed?
She can just force surrender on that guy, getting him out of here. That gets her a little more leadership, which should allow me to get another unit in her squad.
My friends are counting on me.
Actually, yeah, just go grab the treasure. Trait disarm,
Bet you
okay.
didn't see this one coming.
This is already a much better squad than I had for Stefan last time. I think even not counting the sword giving Stefan himself a huge advantage, that tower shield is keeping this squad intact a lot better than it survived last time around. So I'll have Abigail go grab that, and Stefan will come back up and around to help deal with the cleanup over here. But we've got this pretty much in hand at this point. Kuroda himself's the only remaining threat on the board. Those rogues can do some damage, but I don't think they'll be enough of a problem to kill anybody completely. That, however, is an issue. The fact that they went all the way around to fuck up Jules' squad. I thought he was just a step far enough back, but I didn't actually check, so that's on me. He really is the damn punching bag. Because his squad is so vulnerable. Well, bear in mind, I meant meaningful threat. A small child can kill an archer squad. If you stick around, you'll find that almost every time I open my mouth, I shoot myself in the back. I am aware of that. I miscounted the amount of tiles. I should have actually used the enemy move feature, but I went, no, I know what I'm doing, idiot.
They'll notice this one.
I idioted myself immediately, as I do. Okay, they're both shattered now.
School is in session.
We can just pop him. Like, you can count on me to make very interesting decisions from time to time, because I'm not actually paying attention to what I should be paying attention to.
A paladin never surrenders.
I must stay strong.
I can do this.
I'm genuinely not sure which parties I want to have fight
I
Kuroda.
love this part.
Because Kuroda's squad does a scary amount of damage. Like, to the point where I'm not even confident Diana's party will survive getting hit by them. Unless she hits first. Because if they don't... Well, no, because I think... Don't they still get their sneak attack even if they attack next second? Because the thing is, they're just gonna rip her priestesses apart, is the concern.
The battle lies before me.
I'll go ahead and come over here to help with this.
Donar be with us.
Diana can go back and crunch these guys down. That's what I thought, but I second-guessed myself for a moment.
Getting real thirsty here.
Damn it. Well, that squad's gonna destroy itself. Nothing to be done about it.
I must not fail.
Yeah. Though the last time I did this fight, I don't think he left his fort. I think he sat in it.
I'm just getting started.
Sybil squad's pretty stable. I can let them step up.
How can I help, my lord?
Let's actually use the enemy move feature this time. Okay.
We will always find a way.
I'm trying to keep Jules out of harm's way now that his squad's basically half size. They're guaranteed to want to kill him. I could risk sending Barnabas in, but it would not go well for him in his current state.
Waiting orders.
The squad I had for him last time, I absolutely would just hurl him in and he'd be fine. No. I don't think so. That is a good point, though. God damn it, game. Of course they fucking can. I'm just gonna redo the turn instead of loading. But I'm annoyed. Because, honestly, it makes sense. What? You're a little too late on that one. I was out of units. I had no units left that would reach them. No. No. Remember, I don't have extra units. I didn't make throwaway units. I fully acknowledge that's a mistake. Just means I'm going to just kill this lot rather than playing around with them. Because the thing is, I don't think with the whole base capping mechanic in mind, because honestly that mechanic's kinda stupid that they just auto-win by standing on a building.
Getting real thirsty here.
So it's easy to forget that that's a thing you need to worry about. Especially when they have one guy on a horse sitting on it. It's like, oh, somehow we just are unable to turn around and go stab this one man. Because video games.
I must not fail.
How can I help my
And honestly, I don't care about redoing one turn. Oh no, my perfect record. Ah. Everything is ruined.
I'm just getting started.
Y'all who know what you're doing, you can go ahead and be as perfect as you want. I have said from the beginning I have no idea what I'm doing. And actually what we can do is heal that this time. Do this turn a little bit better since we had to redo it anyway.
Flawless victory.
Oh, absolutely. Always. I'm gonna put Barnabas' squad here just so they can't both pile on Sybil. That is a risk for his team, but I think that's a better idea than letting them both hit her. Even though her team is more durable, rogues will tear her apart. Good, the skirmishers are the ones who went for her. That's actually as good as I could have asked for out of this situation. Except for the fact that, you know, magic kind of is a problem for armor. And for those wondering, no, I have no idea what keeps disconnecting and reconnecting. I've checked all of my connections, nothing should be doing it, but it's doing it anyway. I suspect one of my USB ports may be having a fit. I'm gonna just unplug this controller, though, to be on the safe side. And Kuroda has actually chosen to come out. That's a problem. Oh, it broke again? Joyous day. That thing's just a piece of shit to begin with. I'll fix that in a moment here. Because it's still connected on, as far as I can tell. But that's probably what's dropping and reconnecting then. Why is it acting up so badly now? Nothing has moved. Nothing should be disconnecting and reconnecting this badly. Okay, you know what? There's just gonna be no camera for the rest of today. I'm not dealing with this right now. It is just gonna become a nuisance. Let me just trace that wire. It'll take me a second. The problem is, one of these is the Go XLR, and one of these is the camera. Pretty sure this one's the camera. Yep, there we go. Ugh, I need a new camera. I would say it's the USB port, but it has done that in literally every USB port on this computer that has been put in. So, it's definitely not just the USB port there. But there will just be no camera for a little while. No huge loss. That said, now that Kuroda has come out and his squad has already been cut in half, I'm not too afraid of him anymore.
Brave.
The funny thing is... Wait,
Oh, sorry.
am I
Did
right
you
with
need
my count
something?
there? Yeah, he... Okay, he is dead. He did kill 1 unit. Okay.
The time to act is now.
I'd let Stefan take him, but... Nah, Stefan can take him.
Bet
It'll be
you didn't see
fine.
this one coming.
I won't gamble on the surrender, because if Kuroda gets a turn, he's absolutely going to kill somebody. There are some opponents you don't take that gamble with. I will not throw away my life for this employer, for this mission. And he's gone. Kuroda is no longer a problem. There's a certain degree of irony that it's proving that Kuroda's not as big a threat as the other ones.
We will
Which is the
always find a
reverse
way.
of what happened last time I was here, by the way. Last time, everything on this map was a threat. And we've had less problems this time, but we've definitely still had problems.
You got a plan?
Where do I want him to move with his hit and run? Because I kind of need to protect Sybil a bit, but he's also... I also wish I could check his goddamn status while he's in his second move. Because I've already forgotten how bad off his units are. I know they're not doing great. But that guy's probably not going to come out of his fort, so I think if I just move Barnabas over here, it won't be a problem. They're fearful.
Ready or not.
Can you make them surrender? Very low. No. Okay. Just attack them then. Oh, actually, no. Don't... Oh, fuck me. This is a bad situation all around. Just heal. Though... Oh... Fucking stupid self. Why have you done this? Anybody paying attention will realize why I'm calling myself an idiot right now. The very move I made to get Barnabas out of my own way has now meant that Jules' team is probably going to get killed. Is by not killing this squad, because I miscalculated thinking I could kill this squad, they're now left to freely run around. Because I'm making all kinds of brilliant decisions today.
Repent before the righteous.
I'm currently trying to decide if it's worth redoing this turn to save Jules. And the answer is no, I don't care that much. I care enough to think about it, not enough to do it. Yeah, exactly.
For my
It would
people.
help my ratings
For my
slightly
homeland.
at the end of the mission, but that's about all it would do, and I'm not in it for perfect ratings. No, because I don't have it enabled. There is permadeath, but even then story characters wouldn't die. It only is permadeath for any recruited soldiers. Yep, exactly what I knew was gonna happen happened. But they might survive. I doubt it, but they might. No, they lived! There we go. It all worked out in the end. For people who enjoy suffering, yes, that is disappointing.
They'll notice this one for sure.
Still low. They are a real sturdy bunch. Which I don't understand. How do they still have such high morale? You'd think their morale would be in the toilet by now. But it is what it is.
I love this part.
I'll think about that situation further in a moment. Let me get everybody else moved where they need to go.
My friends are counting on me.
Where am I needed?
Of course you can't reach that chest. Why would you be able to? And I missed an objective last time I was here, somehow. But I don't know what it would be. Because I got the mines, I got both the towns, I grabbed the port because the port's required. Right, it blends in down there, that's why I missed it I think that is exactly what I missed last time.
A paladin never.
We'll have you
surrenders.
crush him, and I'll move myself toward one of the two. You know they knew what they were doing when they put it down there. Or making it look like a goddamn rock down there.
Lies before me.
School is in session.
Actually, considering Barnabas's odds fighting this squad here, I'm gonna go ahead and have him go get the chest. And move everybody else over the other way to deal with the fort fight.
Stay strong.
You go ahead and take a step back and take a shot at them. See if you can break them enough that we can make them surrender. Yeah, now they're shaken. Now we should be able to make them surrender. What? There's one unit left in the... Well, one and a basically dead character is left in this squad, and they're still not willing to surrender? I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and go for it anyway. Is they can't get a kill with just those two. But it's like, really? That is true. You would think they would take the fact that they're more or less dead into account, but apparently that's not enough to outweigh the fact that she's not scary. What the hell? This game's just making a troll of itself because I'm streaming it, I swear.
Master Sergeant awaiting orders.
Infinity Dark. What's in the bazaar? Ooh. There's some good mercenaries in here, but they take extra capacity, so I'm not really that fussed about taking them on. I will grab an extra dragon, because they're hard to come by. Ooh. We'll just be taking all of these. Give me this, and this, and this. Thank you very much. Because the thing is, getting a warbow, or a dragoon, or a samurai early is tempting. Because I could just train... I could loyalty train down the mercenary problem so that they're not a capacity issue. But that's also a huge expense just for one unit. And if I was building my own squads... That is a point. If I was building my own squads, I'd absolutely take this guy since he's got Archer Captain. But... It just... It makes it a pain to fit them in at the current stage of the game is the problem. But you do make a good point about the growth. Because that is a lot of good traits he's got. His bowmanship helps archery attacks do better damage. I mean, hell, he's got literally the two traits that benefit his unit type perfectly. I mean, I guess I could always get rid of him later if he starts to fall short, too. I'll take him, but I won't bother with the other ones. Yeah. But again, I don't assemble non-story squads for the most part, so that's not really directly an issue.
Sybil, ready or not.
I'm not gonna risk having them go in at this point since they're all beat to hell.
Getting real thirsty here.
We'll just bring in the full strength squads to
I
clean
can
this
do
up. I might end up having taken too long now because of that, but I'm not that fussed about it. No, I got 3 turns. We should have plenty of time.
Repent before the righteous.
This still could go wrong somehow, but it shouldn't. And the only reason I even considered that something might go wrong there is just because the game has been making a huge pain of itself. They're shattered, so they should surrender. I was debating having Jules come up and shoot them to death, but we'll just make them surrender. Except they're gonna kill themselves. I don't even know why I thought they weren't going to. I'm on a roll for hindsight hitting right after I make a move.
They'll notice this one for sure. I'm just getting
With her
started.
movement radius, I think she'd reach to get in here so I can get her more leadership.
Where am I needed?
If not, I can wait the
Here
extra
comes
turn.
the ready or not.
Because she needs more leadership for her squad to become at all useful to me. At the rate this is going. We have nothing else to do other than wait for that.
They'll notice this one for sure.
Doesn't hurt that Sybil grabbing it also gives me leadership anyway. Still a decent amount of surrenders. Good enough for an S rank, I'll take it. Only had to redo 1 turn because I didn't pay attention to the goddamn base. Port Genos Harbor. Thank you for coming prior to your army's departure. You certainly are the trusting type. Who are you? My name is Lysander. What? Lysander? General Lysander of the Imperial Army? Yes, I know your name for the Academy. Seems we never crossed paths before. I just thought you'd be older. How did you know where to find me? All that matters now is I come to you with a warning. News is already spreading. Empress Florina was murdered. War is imminent. The Empress's death has opened old wounds, sparked old rivalries. The 2 strongest dukes, Lothair and Terranor, have mobilized their armies. It's civil war, and it's just a matter of time. Lysander, there's gotta be more to this, and you know who. Careful what you say, Drac. The Prime Minister is very popular among the people. He has surrounded himself with powerful allies. Then you believe he's responsible for the murder? Come on, just admit it. He's been obsessed with becoming Emperor for so long. He would do anything. You must keep your voice down. There are those among us in the Imperial Army who think as you do, but do not act rashly. Casimir will make a mistake eventually. For now, you should stay with the temple. When I have collected enough evidence to expose Casimir, I will find you. Until then, I trust you will keep this meeting to yourself? Of course. And off he goes. Now we're up to Chapter 7. But before I read all this off, I'm going to step away for just one moment. Okay. Drac and the Donari Temple achieve a stunning victory in the defense of Fort Naxos and liberate the area from the Tide Reaver menace. Having taken heavy losses, Tide Reaver Commander Kuroda orders a retreat back to the sea. The Tide Reaver occupation came with a cost to the region, and the locals have been plundered dry and some have been taken as slaves to work for whoever will buy them from the Tide Reavers. Drac considers that it was only his presence that invited such despair upon these people. Ignoring the fact that the slavers will continue to be slavers no matter what's going on. So that whole situation did provide them an opportunity and an excuse, but disagree. As Drac and the Donari warriors prepare to board their ships at Port Genos, a powerful storm arrives, blocking the direct sea route to Lemelin. While this presents a problem for Drac, the retreating Tide Reaver fleet seems caught in the worst of it. And again, we'll just let these conversations play out while my throat recovers from reading all the other stuff. Sybil's a little starstruck meeting a high-ranking paladin. Sybil still wants to be a paladin. I'm just clearing some notifications at the same time, don't mind me. This way they're not sitting there bothering me the whole time we're doing stuff. Sybil's not allowed to be a paladin because she because she wants it too much, but there's a lot more to it than that. There's probably a worry that she's a bit too hot-headed to do right as a paladin quite yet. Okay, now let's spend our tech tree points. Let's get the cavalry HP increase now. We'll unlock crossbows, though I didn't really use them that much. That might be part of my problem, though. If I can get cavalry even more HP. That, I think, might be part of why Barnabas' squad is having more trouble than it did the last time I was playing. Between the fact that he has less units in his squad because of the way the numbers worked out this time, and the fact that I didn't get either of these health upgrades for him yet. Because those are significant increases. I had Zone of Control before, but I didn't unlock it this time, which may be part of what's fucking with my pathing in my head as well. Get the armor upgrade for light units since they're having more trouble still. And we'll go ahead and get army stables. Though I do want to get martial traditions as well to get the class mastery going faster so we can get more promotions going. That's a risk-reward weapon if I ever saw one. Lose 50 max HP for the squad, but the whole squad gets plus 20 magic. Whew, putting that in my pocket. Game, are you kidding me? It's given me a third Eldor Tower Shield, and I didn't see one at all the whole time I was going up to Chapter 8 last time. 3 of them. Just give me the whole shop. Give me your whole damn stock, again. What do we got going on over here now? Scout with Thievery. Bowman. I mean, considering we're having trouble getting people promoted up to be cavalry, I am going to take this scout. To bolster Barnabas's squad a little bit more. And we can upgrade our dragon. He's been around long enough that he becomes a big boy. I don't know how I feel about the dragon design in this game, though. I think it's mostly just the pose that fucks with my head. It's a little weird. Now he's a full-size boy, and he can advance into a red or blue or a silver dragon at this stage. You can become a Hospitaller. You there. Grab the scout, put him there. Oh yeah, we do actually have another Cavalier, actually, that I forgot I had. Dub is I purposely got that Cavalier before because I knew I was getting Barnabas back, and then I forgot. Never mind, we can put the other Cavalier in here. Ah, brain. So the Scout is a higher level. That's a good point. So if I wait just a little bit, he'll be able to fit both of them, so it'll be fine. I'll let the Cavalier gain levels in the meanwhile. Now we can start getting you some artifacts as well. Crusader Mace will serve you well. In fact, yeah. Go ahead and take the Dragon Slayer as well. There you go. Nice big strength bonus for them. And that's part of the problem is, since I took the artifacts away from these old squads, because we didn't have them at the time, they got weakened a bit. And now I can upgrade these guys. Because in spite of getting destroyed, they're actually gaining levels. Do I want to make them any of them crossbowmen becomes the question. Because they won't be able to keep up with the range of the warbows once we get there. But they will help against certain enemies. I suppose the question is, do crossbowmen further upgrade? Or do they end out at that point? There's also the option I could turn them into skirmishers so he actually has a front line. Because they would then turn into rangers, which have a ranged attack as well, I think? I know they have a move that looks like shooting, I just don't know if they actually shoot at range or not. Because I didn't actually get any rangers. Think about that a moment. And see if anybody chimes in with any information there. Because that is an open question, is Does anybody remember if crossbowmen further upgrade or not? And as much as I like having a dragon in my own squad, I am gonna do what I said I was gonna do and swap the dragon into Abigail's squad. 'Cause I just like this setup of having 2 dragons in her squad. So I do have yet another dragon as well. But I think her team needs a little bit of extra strength to keep it relevant while my squad's doing just fine. And I can now fit in more units. I think I might actually rotate General Bison into Jules' squad to help him as well, since he can shoot and fight at the same time. I'll take back the Sword Fighter. And I'll take the Apprentice that's been chilling. He just barely doesn't have enough to be able to fit the Samurai in. But having the Samurai up front will keep Jules himself alive more. So I think that's a good idea. It would be a better idea, of course, in terms of protecting them, to have one of the actual heavy infantries with shields up there. But I want to have the whole squad he's got here able to shoot. Which I know is still putting them at risk, but eh. And I'll just go ahead and bring him up to Archer, because I might be able to make a second Samurai out of one of these. But actually, that's a point. Which one of you has the most strength? None of you really have that much strength, huh? And none of you have good strength growth. Well, that's unfortunate. Guess they'll all be warbows then. Because I don't see them reaching Samurai anytime soon. And then there's Civil Squad, still 1 point short of getting another goddamn unit in it. Unless I move somebody who's super loyal into there, just for the sake of fitting another unit. Which I think I do have somebody that is that loyal at this point. Yeah, you're committed, so you'd only cost 9. You would fit in there. I don't really want to weaken my own squad any further at this point. I could save... I could move somebody from Diana's if anybody's loyal enough, but they're not. I assume none of you are that loyal because you're new. And my squad, I think, is the only one that would have a hope of having anybody loyal enough to be movable. Because for those who don't know, the loyalty tiers go committed, which reduces the capacity cost of them by 1, and then loyal, which takes it down to 8 cost for a unit to fit into this capacity down here, which is based on the leader's leadership. I'm happy you're with Barnabas' squad now that he's got 5 units in it. Stefan's squad's doing fine, aside from it is still suffering from fragility issues, but aside from radically changing it, that's not really going to get any better. Diana's squad's doing fine. We can fit a 6th unit in hers and get trained up. I should give her the militia woman so she gets turned into a... Wait, what? Oh, right. When you hit 6 units and higher, it also is a higher capacity cost, so she can't actually fit the 6th one in yet. Not without removing some of her equipment. Which... she doesn't need the Warpike that badly, so I could flop that to a different squad. Add the unit in to get trained. And this unit will also provide a nice back wall protection for the priestesses, which will compensate for her main issue, which is rogues. Yeah, I like that idea. That works nicely. And that also, like I said, gives somebody additional training. Yeah, I think that's as good as this is gonna get, aside from giving Sybil some artifacts. Which the most important artifact for her right now is gonna be one of these tower shields. Keep her team alive. And I can also give her the Denari armor. And... yeah, why not? The Aura Weave Cloak to make her caster stronger. So those stats now look like... yeah, she has 20 armor herself. So that should keep her stable, and they have an 11 magic bonus now. That should do the job of keeping her where I want her to be, which is up front being annoying. Okay. I'm happier with that, yeah. It's not ideal. It's not quite exactly what I want, but I can't have what I want currently. Unless I flop over to the other save, which I'm not going to do. You guys watched me raise this setup. I'm going to keep this setup unless things go horribly awry. Yeah, there's nothing else I can really do. Yeah. Last time, this mission didn't go that badly, but Chapter 7 went wildly differently, so we'll see how this plays out. The Sea Shepherd, far out at sea from Port Genos. Alright, here we are. On the edge of a bleeding storm in the middle of the Herald Sea. Well, there's the storm, then there's the bloodthirsty outlaws. Can we catch up to the Tide Reaver ships? They ain't moving. Probably hunkered down to ride out the storm. Wait a minute, you're... if we don't make an example of them now, we're going to keep getting pushed around. We can also free the prisoners and treasure they plundered from Port Genos. Any objections? We trust you, Drac. I will fight the cult and their pawns no matter where. Hell's bells, Drac. I hope I don't find myself on your bad side someday. I mean, as long as you can weather the storm, it makes tactical sense to crush them while they're weakened. Because they are in a very vulnerable position, trapped in this storm. Now, Stefan, I'm going to send... I'm going to send Sybil with you. And Abigail with Diana. Barnabas will come with me because Barnabas can cover the ground to get involved where needed. Where do I send Jules' newly upgraded squad? There's most of the enemies lined up in this position here, so I guess I'll send Jules to support fire over here. And just hope he survives this time. Because having somebody to shoot over will be useful on these bridges, because we're gonna get jammed up. There's not really two ways about that. So each of these needs a squad that holds together on its own, as well as any support I've got. Which, since I've only got the one archer squad, means Jules goes down there.
I ain't got all day.
Let's see. Let me think about down here first.
Oh, sorry.
You can't reach.
I'm just getting started.
She will always find a way.
Your squad's the durable one, so you're gonna go first.
Stay strong, everyone.
Jules will hang out behind you. If they shoot over her at him, that's fine, because he shoots back.
Bet you
And
didn't
Stefan
see
will
this
take up
one
the
coming.
rear for the time being. Once they break through, then the third squad will be more useful. Technically, I could have brought the third squad over here, but I almost didn't even need to bring Abigail over here. Diana could take this whole damn side on her own.
I must not fail.
And there you have the difference between an adult a grown-up dragon and a baby dragon. The grown-up one really tears some shit up.
A paladin never surrenders.
Now, I'm gonna have Diana press further down here, and then Sybil's gonna turn around and go claim this treasure.
Ready.
I'll go ahead and step here. Oh wow, I did not realize how much the couple unit changes I made to Barnabas' squad raised his threat. He has fucking 8,000 now.
You got a plan?
I do. These are small squads. Yeah, I think Barnabas can handle taking the hit from the rogues. I was torn between whether a priestess or a hospitaller would take the damage better. I think a hospitaller has more health. Not certain on that one. Oh, interesting. They're running off that way. I guess they didn't have enough room to move, so they just found a way to go. Huh. The mages are still a big problem, but it's fine. That's why the adepts are better. The acolytes, rather, are better as a frontline squad, in my opinion, because they have the better magic protection. Because the only real threat to heavy infantry is magic and crossbows. And now this just turns into a clusterfuck. Like over there. Yeah, I probably should have sent Stefan up top so he could go a different direction in here. But at the same time, I wouldn't have wanted to send anybody by themselves. Donar has granted me allies, so I'll finally be free of these monsters.
School is in session.
They're shattered, so they'll just get crunched out of the way. I'll have him pursue this guy. Need to bottle him in.
For my people.
I'll go talk to her
For
and
my
trigger
homeland.
her thing. Liberators, I am your friend. For allowing me to be free, I am in your debt. I am Narima. Drac, well met. You were one of the slaves here, Narima? Yes, I was to be sold as a slave, but before that I wanted to be free. I wanted to free them. And you are indeed a friend. Please join us for now, Narima. We could use your knowledge of the Tide Reavers, for sure. My blade is yours to command, Drac. I'm actually going to use this shuffle command for a change, because it moves her enough that she can reach this capture point. Which I should be using the shuffle command more, but I keep forgetting it exists.
They'll notice this one for sure.
She took a lot more damage than I expected on that. Well,
I'm just getting started.
you have enough to shake them enough? Nah.
Time to enter.
So we'll do it this way. We'll shoot them down. Loses us a surrender opportunity, but that's fine.
I love this part.
So we can jump Stefan forward and take Heidi's squad over here out. And he should be able to handle getting hit by the skirmishers in the side.
Here comes Sybil, ready or
And this
not.
gives Sybil a chance to heal her team up a bit.
I must be brave.
Oh, no free turns. I was hoping somebody was going to get a free turn and just bop that skirmisher so they'd auto-surrender.
Donar
Oh, well.
be with us.
So he's a non-issue now. everybody having made moves. Excellent. Yeah, I figured he was going to still run off to chase after Stefan because of the threat difference. That might become a slight problem. Yeah, with how that health is running down, that might become an issue. Depends on how the skirmisher's attack plays out. We might lose a rogue. Yep, we lost both rogues. Oh well. That's unfortunate, but not untenable. Stefan himself's the main power of this team anyway. Which actually, I should give him that vengeful trait. Look, since his team kind of gets bodied. And then he'll just become stupid strong once the majority of his team dies. To just kill everything in one hit. It's a little stupid and a little memey, but it'd be funny. It's a very all eggs in one basket idea.
I must stay strong.
I await your command.
Master Sergeant, awaiting orders.
I will say, Narima's squad's the other one I had some troubles keeping alive, since it's another light infantry squad. Hers wasn't as much trouble for me, though, once I cleaned it up a bit.
Getting real thirsty here.
Go ahead and force a surrender on him. I was debating moving him and having Jules force the surrender and then attacking with Sybil either
They'll
way.
notice this one for sure.
I was really hoping they'd focus down the Ranger enough to kill him, because he's the big problem on that team. There we go. Now there's just skirmishers. Now it's not a problem.
How can I help?
Unfortunately, Jules doesn't have enough range to do anything productive here. He just kind of sits there.
My friends are counting on me.
You carry on that way. You don't need to heal yet.
Repent.
Go ahead and force him
before
to
the
surrender
righteous.
just to get him out of here. So he stops running around shooting at people. Even though I would have rathered have Diana come across first to draw them into her before we all hit them in the back. It's fine. It'll be good enough that most of the teams will be coming in at basically the same time. That one guy in particular just gets roasted. Just boom, roasted. You come out and shoot at her team, which is fine.
The battle lies before me.
Sayuna will never die.
I'm just getting started.
You move up.
Oh,
You
sorry.
go ahead and grab
Did you
that.
need something?
In theory, I
You
should have
always
Jules
find a
do it,
way.
but I think Stefan's basically gonna be sitting a lot of the rest of this out just for safety
Where am I
reasons.
needed?
I can do this.
Water affinity. That's another thing I keep forgetting. I have scrolls that can change people's affinity. If I really have a problem with the affinity somebody has, I can fix it. I'm gonna place Barnabas here? No. There? Yeah, because that means only one can attack him and only one can attack Narima. So no matter how I do it, only one can attack Narima. but it keeps them running down here and attacking Sybil instead. It's like, I'm pretty sure Barnabas's team might actually be a little more durable than Sybil's at the second. Even though Sybil has that armor bonus from the shield. I think spearmen are just fragile enough that they're not holding up either way. Yeah, that's exactly why I was worried about too many coming after Narima's team, is her team is kind of shit by design at the start. I should have made her stay behind me instead, but it'll be fine.
A paladin never surrenders.
Now Diana comes in and hits them from the side here. Didn't even get a chance to cast. There we go, there's the class mastery she needed, so she can be turned into an acolyte. Or a sword fighter if I want one still, but we're gonna have enough sword fighters, I think, coming in soon.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
That's a thought.
I
If
love
you have a
this
healer in your team that's not doing anything, you may as well make her useful. Because you could heal yourself, but I'm not intending on having you fight that much more. We'll go ahead and use you to heal
Stay
her.
strong, everyone.
Jules will come up and shoot. Actually, they're both shattered. It's a pity you can't do a ranged force surrender.
Time to even the odds.
Because it would make sense to be able to threaten them with the bows enough to make them surrender, but I understand mechanically why they don't allow that, because it would be way too strong. I'm gonna let somebody else come up and force that surrender. We'll go ahead and crush this unit over here with the cavalry. Since they should have moved enough to get charged, yeah. Use cavalry for cavalry's purpose, after all. Getting that charge bonus. And that's a nice surrender by keeping the healer alive anyway. Now he can shimmy on back here and make it less likely for them to all pile out at him, in theory.
Time to act is now.
I'll take this squad out. And that'll be the ship's decks swept pretty clean, pretty quick. Didn't get as many surrenders as I did when I let Diana tank a whole pile of them last time, but this is quicker.
Here comes Sybil, ready or not.
Time to end this.
I must not fail.
She's gonna need to get both this cap point and the box anyway, so rushing too much more is not necessary. But this map won't end until I cap the flagship anyway. Yeah, they're gonna come out, but they can't reach anybody, so they're wasting a turn. And now they're all perfectly in range to get destroyed, which is perfect.
I must be brave.
No, not heal. Treasure. God damn it, quit giving me all these water affinities.
Donar be with us.
Actually, that's a point. Diana can go grab this. They don't have archers.
How can I help, my lord?
Jules can come up and pepper one of them to weaken them. Because he needs to get some goddamn activity now and then. Yeah, that weakens that squad a lot. A lot more than I wanted to.
This one
But it makes
sure.
it guaranteed safe for Sybil to take them out, so it works out. guy's getting a lot of loyalty triggers. I'm assuming he's probably a light affinity guy. She's got a couple bowmen, so may as well make use of them. She's also an archer herself. She's basically a special variant of a samurai. Which actually, giving her an entire squad of samurais probably would be fantastic.
Real thirsty here.
Since she both would be a samurai in and of herself, and the whole squad would be the same range. If you mean the camera, that's because the camera started freaking out and I just let it die and gave up on it. That camera's honestly kind of a piece of shit, and I need to replace it. But if you've lost visual of the game as well, that's a problem.
School is in session.
Okay. No big loss then. Everything's fine.
For my people, for my homeland.
Well, that depends on whether you want to... Well, you're already saying you're going to be picking it up. So what have you had recently? Rather than go through suggesting a bunch of stuff that you say no to because you've had it recently. Yeah, it's got that... It's obviously a tactics game, so it's got that feel to it. It makes me want to go back and play something like Warsong as well. Back on the Genesis.
Master Sergeant awaiting orders.
I don't have any great, like, oh yeah, go eat this suggestions off the top of my head. So I'm sitting here trying to figure out what I want to eat to begin with. Since I'll probably be ending off in like an hour or so to go sort out my own dinner.
Repent before the righteous. I await your command.
We will always find a way. I must stay strong.
I don't think it got too many copies made over here.
Something?
It was definitely bigger over in Japan because the entire Langrisser series actually did pretty well over there. And that is a localized version of one of the Langrisser games, last I checked.
I ain't got all day.
But I would honestly recommend looking into that series as a whole if you enjoy tactical games. They're pretty good. It's honestly probably the thing I would point at as being closest to this. Though there are, of course, other series that are in the same vein. But there we go. The large majority of them forced to surrender, done under the turn time, and nobody died. No more Tide Reavers. At least, no more of that batch. Excuse me, Jules, was it? Yeah, I heard about you, Narima. Glad to have you with us. You are Sayonari, like me. Well, I was born in Sayuna, but adopted by Viridian parents after the Succession War. Really lucked out there. Perhaps it was luck. Perhaps the gods had better designs for your life. Tell me, have you been to our homeland since your adoption? Sadly no, but I'd like to someday. Please reconsider, or at least consult with me before setting foot in Sayuna. But why? I hear it is a wondrous place. That it is, but we live in difficult times now. Our homeland is not what it once was. Jules, we Sayonari must stick together in these times. Just promise you will consult with me before doing anything rash. This whole conversation just strikes me as incredibly suspicious. That just might be my own paranoia kicking in on that one, but I don't think she's on the up and up with this. Sure, I'm pretty sure that nation is having issues, but I don't think she's got her best intentions in mind here. We'll see how that plays out. Sure thing, Narima. I appreciate having such a dedicated friend so soon after meeting. And that's the other thing. Literally just met each other. She's hiding something. The honor is mine, Jules. Don't argue with you. Like, sure, some people do care very quickly, but that always strikes me as a little off. Drax's bold action results in both victory and in calamity. The storm left Drax's ships heavily damaged, and forcing them far off course. His fleet runs aground at the swamp-filled region north of Lemelin. Thump. This region is full of valuable resources, but the working conditions are harsh. The swamp contains plantations operated by slaves enforced by Tide Reavers. Both the mercenaries and the unforgiving terrain lie between Drax's army and their destination, the monastery at Lemelin. I got ahead of myself again mid-sentence. Drax will have to make the choice between his own mission and the liberation of the oppressed people in these lands. We also have to bear in mind we kind of landed in the territory of the Duke of Embor as well. He may not take kindly to us being on his land. Okay, I'll pick up artist. Of course, Stefan hits on anything that moves. Yes, can I help you? Wait, I don't read these. Never mind. Ignore me. He's trying to... Yep, there it is. There's the immediate flirting. Because that's just how Stefan rolls. He's, you know, the very trope-filled rogue of the team. Gotta go hit on everything he can find and steal everything else. Which, that's another thing I've gotta kind of say against this game a little bit, is all of these characters are their archetypes. They are very, very much their archetypes. Which, you know, that's fine. There's only so much you can write around with that. But it is disappointing in some ways. I clicked through that a little too quick. She was just mentioning how innocent he seems. Like, this interaction is also what was cluing me in a little bit, that something with her might not be quite right. She's holding back a lot, and I don't know why she's holding it back, or who she's really meant to be holding it back from. And there's also a trait she had that caught my attention a bit. Retainer. Jules takes 50% less damage if within 3 tiles on the tactical map. That implies that there's a connection between her and Jules, or it's just a matter of she is connecting herself to him because they're from the same country. It may be that simple, but I just have that weird itch in the back of my head that something doesn't add up there. Yeah, she can become an acolyte now, so we'll sort that out. Go. That protects the back rank. I was originally training her up to move her to, like, Sybil's team or such. But I kind of like the idea of actually having a protection for those priestesses, unlike how I had it before. So I've honestly not had her priestesses ever die, even when piled on by rogues. So I don't know if it's a concern I actually need to have. I would assume later on it would be. Ooh, a noisy cricket. That's not a gun. that. Buy those because they're resources I can use to upgrade troops. Because for those who didn't catch it at any point, all of these resources up here at the top are what's required to promote people to more advanced troop types. Kind of like the item catalysts in some of the other tactics games that are needed for promotion. Except a lot more common because there's a lot more troops that can be promoted individually. Go ahead and grab Overpower for copies. We could buy a Valkyrie. Valkyrie is something I could buy. What's Life Assault do? Bonus to hit, confer partial bonus to critical hit chance. Ooh. That is tempting. I could pivot her into being a sword fighter and make use of that. Probably more effort than it's worth. You'll notice also that all of these guys start at level 5 now. At a certain point in the game, we got them spawning in at a higher level. If I grabbed this, I could get them expedited more as well. I just haven't bothered right now because I haven't been taking on that many conscripts. Because I don't have room in my squads. That is a point though. Let's figure out what I want to do with Narima's squad. I'm thinking I'll make it actually I might make it a full second archer squad, unlike what I did last time with her. Because last time I made her another fast attack squad, kind of like Stefan's, trying to find a way to make a better one. Now that Stefan's squad's working fine, and mine kind of fills a mid-roll between the two, I think I'll make her a second archer, because we only have the one right now. So if we get another bottleneck situation, we won't have the support. Which actually, thanks to them having pretty good stats, I could downgrade these guys and turn them into archers. Because they'll be archers with decent strength. They won't have great strength, but they'll have decent strength. I think I will do that. Because you can promote and demote as much as you want. You can shift them around to whatever suits your fancy. Can turn him into an archer. And his increased strength does help him a bit towards becoming either a warbow or a samurai. His strength still kinda sucks, but it's workable. I would assume there's a logic to, like, taking a soldier and turning them back down into an archer or such. So I think soldiers can turn into samurai on their own. I can check by looking at the soldier I've got. No, they can't. Okay. That said, there is something I want to do with a couple of these archers. As I cycled to the right team again. Use item. You are currently lightning affinity. I do have a dark affinity book. I could make them have a different affinity so they grow strength faster. They also have no traits, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to teach them some traits too. When ally is healed, this unit's also healed. Ooh. That's a nice one. And I definitely would want to give one of my archers disarm. Actually, I don't know if disarm... No, because it says primary target, so it would still hit one target anyway. I was gonna say there might be a cause for using disarm on something with an area attack like the dragons. Let me look at the affinities across the whole thing. Lightning already gives a little bonus to strength, so I'll be prioritizing anybody who doesn't have at least lightning that needs strength then. Okay. I should have done this sooner, but I wasn't really paying that much attention to it. For example, some of Jules' archers yeah, had water, which means they're not going to grow in strength particularly well at all. So if I give this one Dark Affinity, you'll notice his strength goes up by 6 immediately. So that puts him on a better track for becoming a Samurai or a Warbow, either one. So he's got a ways to go before he gets enough CP as well. I think by the time he has the CP, he can become a Warbow, though. I think that'll be enough. Because I think my current intent is going to be, I'll make Jules' squad predominantly Warbows, since he can't melee attack himself. And I'll make Narima's squad, since she can do both, predominantly Samurai. That just makes sense to me. I can make this guy into another archer. Well, though he's water, so maybe not. Maybe I just ignore this guy. Maybe I dismiss him. I don't know. I don't dismiss units lightly. I should have been training this guy up since he's got the Dark Affinity. I could still do it. Narima's squad's new enough, I think I could still fiddle that around. Because her men come in at 9. So far it's going fine. I'm already caught up to where I practiced the game up to. And we're still pulling through missions just fine. I'm just juggling units around to make the squads a little stronger right now. This guy. I'm trying to get the right affinities on the right unit types to make sure they can get promoted reasonably quickly. Yeah, that's how that goes. Some would say I'm not doing my job right if I'm not selling the game I'm playing to people. By the time he gets enough CP, I think he'll have enough magic, but Earth is not a good affinity for magic. Right. Best... Then again, I gave up the only Dark Affinity book I had for getting his magic the best. I want him to have... I can give him water. I can give him the same water affinity I've been getting rid of for other people. And that'll get him on track. Yeah, it doesn't make a huge change in him now, but it should help his growth stay on track. I could use the Mint Leaves of Magic on him, but I don't need to do that yet. He doesn't have enough CP, so it doesn't matter. Because until somebody gets Class Mastery, they cannot promote whether they have the stats or not. This guy's pretty close, though. I think they're still on track to get enough levels in time, though, so I'm not going to mess with that. I'm not going to meddle with their stats that much, unless I need to. He's got 31 strength. How much does it take to become a... And there's your Hussars right there. He only needs 42 to become a Sentinel. Which is, I think, what I'm going to turn the 2 units I've got here for Sybil's squad into. Because, again, the intent for her squad's to kind of get in the way. So, big beefy shields are the way to go. Though, Centurions are really good because they pierce. This guy does have Polearm Warrior. So then again, Polearm Warrior is only good against cavalry anyway. I could also do a weird pivot to making him a samurai, since his strength's gonna need to be the same amount mostly anyway. I could do both. I could have one sentinel, one centurion. But that's future problems. It's gonna be a while before we get him another 10 strength anyway. How are you guys holding up as far as that goes? You have lightning affinity. So it's gonna be rough to get you to be a knight. Hospitaller is on track to do whatever she wants. I might turn her into a Templar, because the Templar is a better support unit than a Valkyrie, but a Valkyrie can do both. We'll decide that when she gets a little further along. Though it's more likely she'll reach the stat growth for a Templar than it is for her to get 25 strength. Unless I get something that can change her affinity. You've got Earth affinity. You're not really gonna have an easy time getting up there either. Barnabas himself. Wait. Why can I change his class when I couldn't change other people's classes? What? Hold up. Interesting. So, a bug I ran into, I guess. I was unable to click on plot characters and change their classes when I was playing literally last night. I tried clicking on people like Jules and trying to change their classes, and it refused. So I don't know if that's a bug, or I just needed to reach a certain point in the game for it to allow me to do that. But that's something for people to keep an eye out for. Is that could actually be huge. That means like Sybil could turn into a Templar and things like that. Which explains why these characters wouldn't end up completely falling behind and being useless then. So, that's the problem. I think I might have been stupid in clicking on the wrong ones, because Stefan, for example, is a unique class. He doesn't have a growth line. He's a Strider, unlike anything else. So he doesn't have a thing to move to. Like, I'm pretty sure Diana as an Exemplar, yeah, also can't do anything. She can become a Templar or a Valkyrie, so that's good. If I'm gonna put her with dragons, though, I probably don't want to turn her into a Valkyrie, because there's this whole thing where dragons can't carry horses, so they can't move at dragon speed, for lack of a better way of putting it. So she'll probably turn into a Templar, which, with her stat growth, was already gonna be likely to happen anyway. I assume she is... yeah, she is a Blade Master, but has a bow for reasons. So that's interesting. And of course, I can't change class that I know of either. Yeah, I'm a unique one as well, so I can't change. You've got 27, so you've got a ways to go as well. You're at 48, so you'll be a Templar without too much trouble. She does need a little bit more magic, but she is Dark Affinity, so she'll be okay. You need 42 to be a Zweihander. So that's likely what he'll become, unless I want to wait that little bit longer and make him a champion. I do like the idea of having the AoE attack of the Zweihander, so that's probably what he'll become. Of course, back to this one. Ice mages are easier to make. I don't know. But that's your deep dive into what my mentality currently is toward these. Speaking of, your skill looks like you're probably going to be a ranger more than an assassin. Which assassins are good, so that's fine. I mean, yeah, either one. You are growing decently with skill because you have lightning, so you might manage Swordmaster before too awful long. I had a bunch of sword fighters before because they are pretty good for killing targets. The problem I ran into was I didn't understand the stat growth issue well enough, so a lot of them were stuck as sword fighters and just couldn't get out of that. We do have some arena tickets to do. We'll go ahead and do those before I go anywhere. Actually, wait. Yeah, my army size is slightly larger in my original file, because I hired on more extras. But I think most of those were sitting in reserves. We'll go ahead and do the bronze arena first, and then we'll do the silver. Okay. Got a swordmaster and some sword fighters, some mages, a lot of sword fighters. Interesting that they've got swordmasters coming into play on their side. Let's see, we can deploy 5 out of the 8 we have. This would be a good training excursion for the weaker ones on the team, but I have to be kind of careful. Who do I want as the strong character to bring to keep this guaranteed to win? Diana, you can come in. Abigail, so I can train her dragons up. Jules needs the training the most out of all of these. Artemis is okay. Sybil. Actually, yeah, we'll bring both Jules and Narima. Yes, you know, I see you poking me. Well, probably poking everyone, knowing you. Okay, they don't have any cavalry this time.
A paladin.
We can probably
never
array,
surrenders.
like, in the middle-ish here.
I can do
And
this.
save some time.
Here comes Sybil, ready or not.
Stay strong, everyone.
I want to make sure that they don't just
Sayuna
rush the
will never
archers.
die.
Which actually, since I can promote Jules, I might make him a horse archer and give him an entire squad of horse archers. But then again, I don't think... Do horsebows actually promote further? I don't think they do. I think horsebow might be a dead end. Unless I turn them into dragoons. That might be a progression line.
Time to end this.
I'm gonna move you over here. This would be a reasonably safe-ish spot, and have you finish that one off.
I must not fail.
Donar be with us.
I'm gonna have Diana go straight after one of the Swordmaster teams, because the Swordmasters are the scary ones. They need to go. They have double attacks, which makes them very dangerous. So this squad's not an issue.
They'll notice this one. for
Interesting
sure.
thing I've noticed, by the way, no matter what level somebody's reached, it seems like they always just need 100 experience to gain a level still. So level doesn't seem to become too big a problem, but it may be that after a certain point it starts getting worse. I just never reached that point. So don't take that as fact, just
I must be
that is an
brave.
observation currently. Abigail's team's a bit stronger, so let's have her fight the other Swordmaster team. She can take the Swordmaster down immediately, as expected. Yes, disarm the dead body. Good job there, buddy.
just getting
Let's keep
started.
them from being able to surround her entirely and target these archers. I forgot to pass out artifacts. That's what I forgot to do when we were in the menu just a moment ago. Because we picked up a couple new artifacts. Let's see, these are both weak squads now. Should be safe
Time
enough to
to
just have
even the
Narima come up
odds.
and force surrender this archer squad. Just heard a weird noise. Hang on just a sec, I'll be right back. All good, just neighbors being neighbors. Meanwhile, it looks like most of this is played out on its own. There we go. That squad should be easy enough to force out. It's nice when half of them wipe themselves out. Yeah, they're fearful now.
Repent
So if I
before the
send
righteous.
Diana in behind them... Yeah. She's scary.
How can I help, my lord?
You might be able to break their morale enough. Or kill them all. Well, oh well. Same results in terms of action economy, not so much in terms of money economy.
Donar, guide my attack.
But part of the goal was to train up my archers more, so it's important that they get chances to shoot.
Here comes Sybil, ready or not.
There we go. I was pretty confident the apprentice was gonna blast the
My
back
friends
rank.
are counting on me.
Now this guy's a bit of a concern.
I await
What I might do is I might just be annoying and
You will
run the
always
archers
find a
up on
way.
either side of him and have Diana cram the front. Because I think the game
Stay
will allow
strong,
me to
everyone.
shoot from here. Yes, it will.
Sayuna will never die.
So if I can soften them up enough, I might actually send one of the other squads in. That's pretty reasonable for somebody else to break down, I think. Like, Abigail's squad might be able to take that. I don't think Sybil could, but I think Abigail could do it. Depends on how the rules work out on this one. Dragon didn't target ideally, but yeah, this should be fine. That Centurion is scary, but he's not so scary as to be a big problem. In this way, Abigail gets some more training.
They'll notice this one for sure.
And we'll go ahead
Where am
and
I needed?
wait an extra turn so that Sybil can get the leadership boost from grabbing the castle.
I'm just getting started.
Oh, I took exactly the amount of turns needed. Okay. Trait Arcane Speed. That does sound interesting. I know this is turning into Menu Simulator a bit, and I would apologize, except for that's kind of half of what these games are, so just grin and bear it. Okay, gains... Exactly. Gain skill based on percentage of magic. Okay. I try not to spend too long in here, even when I'm playing it on my own. Just because I know I could literally bog down for a long time. Ooh, a chance to gain an extra turn for every enemy that's below 25% HP. That is terrifying! Ooh, I just got a disgusting idea. So you know how the big dragon has an AoE attack? If I give him extra turns, he'll just keep breathing fire over the whole enemy squad and just melt the whole lot of them. I like this idea. And it is done. It can turn into a silver dragon. It can turn into a red, a blue, or a silver. In fact, that reminds me. It looks like the other little dragon's ready to become a big boy. See? The thing is, they have different stat requirements. Depending on the stat growth, we'll see how it plays out. I do want at least one, but it all depends on how these guys grow. This one's got decent enough strength, I think. Oh, then again, they're about to get their class mastery up enough to become a different dragon. But they don't have enough stats for any of them. So, they're gonna have to wait a bit anyway. It's either that or I start feeding them a bunch of magic ups to make them a red dragon. Which I don't think even the 3 magic leaves I've got would be enough for that. I think they're only 2 each. So that would just get him up to 36. And neither of these affinities would help, I don't think. Actually, no, that would take his magic up to 37. Actually, this is probably going to turn into a red dragon. Which is going to be weird having a red dragon with water affinity, but you know. That's just how it goes sometimes. Because I've only got the 1 roast beef of might. I might be able to force the change right now if I really wanted to, but I'm not going to in a minute. Which, that was why I was looking through the units to see who had enough stats for a class change, by the way, is because these CP codexes give somebody 500 class mastery. I could force somebody into a class upgrade that I think is underperforming. Or that would just be so much better if they had it. I'm also just kind of sitting on these. I do still have that Medal of Valor as well. Oh hey, Sybil can finally fit a fucking 5th squad member. What a day, what a day. Pity I don't have anybody on the goddamn docket that can do that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take Diana's extra soldier away. Give that one to Sybil, and have Diana start training a new one, since Diana's squad is the strongest one we've got. Oh, never mind, I can't do math. I'm one short. That's fine. Here, have a medal. I think I was calculating based on using the medal, and then Active Brain did not process that I wanted to do that. There we go. That makes her squad less awful. I could have also given her a second mage instead, and that's tempting, because I do want an actual caster squad. But for the moment, that is probably the wiser choice. So, I could recruit her a siren, but then I have the mercenary problem to worry about. She wouldn't be able to actually join the squad properly, necessarily, just yet. Which, on that note, I should really start hiring people based on affinity about now, probably. I should have been doing it from the start, but... it's not a bad idea to start doing it now. I'm just debating this Valkyrie if I want to take the shortcut to getting one. Yeah, because I did buy the shop outer. That's what I thought. I'm gonna buy up a couple more plebs to start training up to do things. I'm just eyeing the 30 strength Manfred has and wondering if it's worth training him. Because Gwen is basically what she'll be. I don't think I would have any reason to train her down from being a Valkyrie and then turn her back into something else. Though her magic is high enough that she theoretically could swap over to Hospitaller or over to a Templar. Actually, you probably could switch to a Paladin with her stats. That's a point, actually. I could turn her into a Paladin to act as a center for Sybil's squad or something. I don't need it that badly. That would be almost all of my money. So we now have more of these chumps. You've got 25 strength right now, so I could turn you straight into an Alkalite. Because I just need to use a CP book and she'd be sorted out. Her skill's kind of trash, so I wouldn't turn her into a sword fighter, but since she's got the Dark Affinity, she'd become a Paladin pretty easily. So I think I will go ahead and get her in shape. Because the 500 from the CP Codex is just enough to get those done instantly. And she actually already has the strength to be a paladin just from that. So she'll be a really strong paladin. With her dark affinity. We have the resources for it, just need her to get her shit in gear. I'm not gonna give her levels, because she'll get levels just fine with where I'm gonna be putting her. Because she's gonna be the new back rank of Sybil's squad. I mean, Diana's squad. So that sorts that out. She might actually be the first one to become a paladin, too, which would be the funny thing. Because... Actually, no, you have enough strength for it, and you're basically in position to become a paladin. Oh, never mind, they're both literally about to be paladins, so ignore that. Actually, I could use those CP books to turn them into paladins right now, but it would be kind of a waste. Because that squad's already doing fantastic work. It doesn't need to get any stronger by any accelerated methods. What stats does a Swordmaster need again? 60. We also don't have enough obsidian for it, even if I did do that. We've got room for another artifact. Give her the noisy cricket because I want them attacking her squad, considering hers is the most durable damn squad I've got. In theory, I probably should take that back ranker back out to lower her threat to make them more likely to attack her. Since there's really no reality in which she would be in any danger, aside from rogues, without that back rank. Sybil's squad's still the problematic one. He needs 8 strength by the time he gets his upgrade to become a set. I don't think he's quite gonna get enough strength. It depends on how many levels he gets before he gets the CP he needs to reach 3,000. And I don't know the numbers on that. Use item, artifact. You can have the other ruby ring, because you need all the strength bonuses you can get to do any real damage. You can't really fit anything else in. Arima can't really fit anything in hers either. Aside from she can get this Sayuni War Pike. So we'll go ahead and at least give her a little bit of a strength boost. Though she's the primary strength of her team to begin with. I'm gonna check something right quick. No, I won't bother. I was trying to decide if a skirmisher could turn into a samurai, and I'm 80% sure they can't. So I'm just not gonna fiddle-faddle that around. I'm gonna upgrade him to another archer. And you're pretty close to the CP you need. So I'm not gonna mess with that. Because accelerating them is gonna hurt their stats a little bit. In theory, anyway. Okay, let's go do the silver arena now. And then we'll I think I'll call it after I do the Silver Arena. Because my goal was to get up to the point where I was at. And I have been going for almost 5 hours now. 8 chapters in 5 hours is better than I expected out of this. Okay, so they've got a big old sentinel with some actual full-size mages. Priests... okay. Ooh! They've got their own dragon squad with a blue dragon in it. Oh no, that's a silver dragon. Oh boy. Oh, we must crush this false dragon. He is a lie. Wait. They spent the whole budget on the silver dragon. They've only got babies on the sides. Something about that's just really funny to me. But we're gonna have to take this one pretty seriously. So I'll go in... A bunch of those units look like Stefan could chew them up pretty good. So I'll bring Stefan this time. Diana's, of course, coming along. Barnabas is still fine as he is, though his rating is dropping, so I'll bring him. Because I want him to get that 1 point of leadership he needs to fit one more troop in. And... the archers really do need help. But this is going to be a really bad fight for them to be in, because there's a lot of fast enemies. So we'll just bring Sybil, because she's good against cavalry, and there is a decent amount of cavalry in here. There is a certain logic to removing Stefan and replacing him with an archer instead. But I want him along for popping some of those mages a little more conveniently. And he'll do a fantastic job against that gunner squad, which is a big thing I want gone.
The battle lies before me.
Okay, so where can they get to? They can reach us immediately. But only with the one guy, really. And that's the unfortunate thing, is you can't use the enemy move thing to see their whole team's movement cleanly. You have to sit here and click each one to know where they're going. Which their cavalry can rush right up here. So what we can do, then, is lay out some bait for stupid cavalry.
Here comes Sybil.
Let's give them some spears and hammers to run straight into.
This one coming.
Because given the AI's preference for attacking if able, they're gonna rush at least that one squad straight in. I shouldn't have put Sybil there, I should have put her one step forward.
You got a plan?
Barnabas will hang out over here so he can hit whatever's left.
The time to act is now.
I could go stand up at the front instead. The spearmen might run at me, but that's okay. We'll try that. I'm gonna eat a charge, which is not great with only one spear, but it'll be fine. Because it also was gonna leave their gunner very vulnerable, which is exactly what I want. There we go. That played out reasonably well. That leaves them with no morale, so they basically are out of this fight. You hit me. Ooh, they took my spearmen straight out of the equation. They had enough shock value, I think, that they just crunched through. But that's fine. We took them right back out, so that's fine. I knew I was taking a risk when I moved that far up that way. Okay. So you went to shoot at them. Interesting. Okay, so here is the play.
School is in session.
Right, I didn't give you gorilla armor this time, so you don't move fully in the trees. Okay, that's fine. We'll just waste your turn to a degree by having you force a surrender on him instead, which gets you the leadership I wanted you to get anyway. So that's okay. Have you move away from the spearmen.
Ready.
I'm gonna go up here and kill these rogues personally, and then Stefan will take out the archers in theory.
Donar be with us.
Have you move around here. Force him to surrender. Because that opens Stefan's path.
They'll notice this one for sure.
Sybil and I will... Sybil will attack this. I can't help Sybil with this one unless I want to forego my plan. Because I want those gunners dead before they can get a shot off. His gunners in particular are really, really dangerous if they get the chance to shoot. We haven't seen them yet, and they will do a lot of damage.
For my homeland.
I'm just not as confident as I should be that I can just straight kill this squad. I think I can. Oh yeah, we absolutely can. Considering it was just 4 rogues, I don't know what I was worried about. Aside from RNG deciding to tell me to go fuck myself.
I love this part.
That did not go nearly as well as I thought, but the gunners all jammed, so it's fine. Well, there we go. Gunners are gone. That is incredible that every single gunner's shot jammed. And they can't reach that, I don't think. It's showing a tile there, but I don't know if he can actually reach that. If he can, I'm gonna be upset. No. They can reach it to attack it. Yeah. And that also cracked their front line like an egg. And that's the Silver Dragon dealt with. So yeah, that's why you don't just send unattended, unsupported dragons straight into the fray like that. They're not unkillable. As powerful as they are, they can very well be killed. And that's the end of that squad.
Master Sergeant awaiting orders.
Don't get me wrong,
Thursday.
I'm all about dragons, but I know that they have
Oh,
weaknesses.
sorry. Did you need something?
I'm gonna move you back and sort out that guy so he doesn't get bodied. Sybil can go ahead and finish this job off. They've still got a dragon left, so they have too much morale for Sybil to do anything to. And there we go. That gets that one out of there.
I must stay
I'll go
strong.
hunt this archer down. Kind of expected that frontliner to die a little quicker than he did, but that's fine.
I ain't got all day.
I'm starting to wonder if I should just add a horse archer as the back rank of Barnabas' squad, just so he has somebody that gets him some easy experience with free shots in situations like this. I suppose I could always just convert one of his cavaliers when we go to do arenas and such. More trouble than it's worth, probably.
You got a plan?
You can go ahead and finish this squad off. I know they're gonna get a free shot, but as soon as he charges, that should knock them all out. Yeah. Which I should be doing that on more of the shore fights, but I keep hesitating because I don't want to take the unnecessary damage.
The time to act is now.
Here comes Sybil, ready or not.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
You know,
Where am I needed?
it just hit me what this music actually kind of reminds me of a bit. It reminds me more of a Dynasty Warriors game than most anything else. I think it's just that just right kind of off-rock type music that it's just right for those. Ooh, boy. That Ice Mage is a problem. As expected. That said, if I want to take a risk, I could step Diana out, have Stefan come in and take out the mages. Which, considering even they're managing to hurt Diana's squad a bit, might not be a bad idea. Especially now that the big guy in front's gone. Okay, never mind. They're all dead. Never mind, doesn't matter who attacks them now. Basically, it just becomes who do I want to get the experience. Which I want Sybil to grab the base, so I know that much. Actually,
A paladin never surrenders.
go ahead and step back, Diana. We will go ahead and have Stefan hit them. His job is Mage Killer to begin with, so...
They'll
There we
notice
go.
this one for sure.
And there we go. Nice, clean silver arena round done. 3 turns early. Hey, another Dark Affinity. And another Mint Leaf of Magic. Okay. I might be able to do something with that before the next mission. Sorry if you see the flicker as I click in and out of the game window. I was checking something. Always watching so many damn different things sometimes. I gotta make sure everything's going as expected. Was thinking of something. I lost my thought process. You've got 37 magic, but you still are well away from having enough CP to become a mage, unless I dump like 5 books of CP into your stupid ass. Actually, be 4. Point stands. Because I'd need to give him 5 magic and all of those CP books in order for him to become an ice mage. Which, that effect did seem pretty good, because it looked like it was preventing my team from attacking a second time. So that's actually a pretty powerful move. It is tempting to get a fire mage for that hit target pro move though. I don't know. Why can't you change? Your CP's maxed out. Oh, right, your strength sucks. And your magic's not quite high enough. Medics and priestesses becoming paladins isn't exactly a big thing. They're more likely to become Valkyries. I assume you're still far away from what you need. Actually, no. She only needs 3 more skill. She only needs 3 more skill. How much did that arcane speed thing say it would give? Damn it, I used the mouse wheel too early. It just says based on a percentage. That would give... If I give her arcane speed, that gives her enough skill to get Swordmaster. But I would need to pour the same amount of CP books into her that I would to make the apprentice into a mage. I'm not sure that's worth it right now. I think it would be just as well to let her finish getting her speed growth done on her own. I do have another Dark Affinity book I can fix his strength with. Because that'll take him from 27 to 34. Which will be worthwhile in and of itself. So we'll go ahead and turn him dark. That leaves him, I think, needing just 5 more. 5 more for Sentinel. 11 more for Centurion. Which I probably, for my squad, would want him to be a Centurion. I'm not even sure I want to keep him as a spearman. Let me step him back down to swordsman and see where I can go with that idea. Because I could turn him into a second soldier now. Because the only reason he became a spearman was because he couldn't be a soldier yet. So there's directions I could take him now that I made him this way. Yeah, because now he could become a Zweihander pretty quickly. But that did lose him all that CP he had gained as a spearman. That is the one issue with the move I just made here. He would have to relearn being a soldier instead of a spearman, which would delay that a lot. Interesting. Take a closer look at that later. Because we are going to be ending soon. I'm just going to finish doing the thinking for getting all these squads set up the way I want them. This way we don't have to do that at the start of next time. We can just go straight into combat. Because honestly, doing a lot of deep thinking like this is a good, like, wind down part anyway. I keep looking at her squad. Since I'm planning on turning both of those into Sentinels, having a pair of mages behind the Sentinels would be a good idea. So I'm trying to decide if I should get rid of the Acolyte and put in a second apprentice now so that they get trained up. I'm gonna look at that and think about that. I'd rather the mages die than Sybil herself go down. That's why I've formed them in a box around her. If I was really worried about, like, rogues and such, I would actually put a spearman at both ends. But then I run the risk of a spearman in the front going down and getting rolled and vice versa. Thing is, that's a completely fresh apprentice, so he's not going to be the best, but he does have a huge magic boost to make his damage scary. Sybil herself is short on magic, but otherwise ready to become a Templar, so that's good. How much do you need still? You need, like, everything. And yeah, the Raiders exist, so I assume Horsebow would turn into Raider. So maybe I'll make him a whole squad of Raiders. These Warbows have longer range, but I can move Raiders around really well, and they can hit and run, which will protect them. I kind of like that idea, actually. I might do that. And thankfully, archers can transition to Raiders just fine anyway. So I can keep them as they are and then transition. Let's have a look at how the stats change on Horsebows. They go up in strength just like they do turning into archers, and they have hit and run as Horsebows. And with the way I've been using Jules, that might be a better idea than having him as a stationary archer. Because I keep getting him into trouble because I move him to a stupid spot. So having him be able to move in, shoot, and then have me be able to undo me putting him somewhere stupid would counter my own stupidity rather nicely. So I think I will actually convert these guys to Horsebows. It's a late time to be doing a change like that, but it would only get later if I wait, so we'll go ahead and make that change now while I have it in my mind. And if I change my mind further, I might be able to pivot. Nah, I wouldn't be able to pivot them into Hussars much. And even with the samurai still being there, they can remain light cavalry. The other option is I swap in the scout that we have. And have the samurai go join Narina's squad. I like that idea, actually. Let's do that. This way the whole squad has hit and run, because I think if anybody in the squad doesn't have it, I think they wouldn't be allowed to use hit and run. Actually, can I turn you into a Horsebow? Because honestly, he wouldn't lose out on any health, really, that way. And he doesn't lose any armor, either. So he may as well just shoot with his squad. I may as well just have both of these be like that. Yeah, that's kind of nice. I kind of like the idea of Horse Archer Squad. And most of them are actually not too far off of the strength to become Raiders by the time they get the CP taken care of. Yeah, that should work pretty smoothly. Is there anything else I want to change while I'm sitting here before I raid out? I mean, of course, I want to put in the samurai over here. He's still a mercenary, though, so it is gonna cost more. So she's gonna have to lose an extra archer temporarily till I get him committed enough. Thankfully, he only needs to lose, like... He needs to lose both points unless I take the Warpike away. I think that's still a stronger squad overall, though. I'm a little sad I don't have the elegant blades that were spawning on my other save. Yeah. Well, bear in mind, I am still wrapping up at this point. But you are right, I am enjoying myself in a 5-hour stream. If I started at my normal time, I probably would have kicked this to a 6-hour or longer stream, but I've got a few things I want to take care of today. And while I still have the energy, I do want to work on some art as well. Oh boy, Xeno, what have you done? I assume it's a good thing. Okay, that's extra evasion and skill. I did see that you sent me a link to a game on Discord, so I'll look at that in a moment. I was just waiting till after I was done here to really look at that, unless you want me to look at it now. Yeah, you still need 10 strength to become a knight. You've got a ways to go before you become a Valkyrie, or not too far off becoming a Templar. It's a good thing that Barnabas himself's already a knight, so I don't need to do anything with that. Yeah, the character of a bunch of these squads have changed. Okay. I did glance at the description for it, and it did look like it could be interesting. You know what, just because I want to be able to see one of these before we end, I might try to juggle enough to get this red dragon. Let me do the math right quick. Because now that I got rid of the Dark Affinity book, I think we might not be able to make it. We've got 4 mint leaves of magic, so that's... Unless they're variable in any way, that's only 8 points of magic. But I do have a couple level codexes. I could raise his skill by 10. But that's not enough to make him the other kind of dragon either. Blue. That would put him 2 points away from being a blue dragon, though. That's tempting. 'Cause I would assume he would gain enough points. No. His fire gives strength and loyalty, but lower magic. So his affinity is the problem. So if I change him to water affinity, he might actually be able to do it. Yes. change him to water affinity. Mint leaf. Mint leaf. Mint leaf. And even though he's right about to get the CP he needs, I'm gonna give him the Codex anyway, just like I said, so we can see it today. Ta-da! He's a red dragon now. I mean, that doesn't sound like that much of a waste to me. I'm sure you're finding all kinds of interesting things on Twitter. Behold, we have a fully grown dragon now. But you'll notice they can't turn into a dragon rider yet. So I guess there's something we need to learn before they're allowed to become dragon riders. That was part of why I rushed to make them a dragon and of the right kind, was so that I could see what the cost for a dragon rider is. Okay. Ah, I need to get to the top of the Academy of War to get dragon riders. Well, so rushing that was kind of silly. Oh, wow. This top tier stuff's really strong, though. Which, you know, makes sense. Which we'll be getting to tier 3 soon. But, as I said, I was going to stop at that point. We're in a very good position to punch through another big chunk of the game next time. Which will be next week. Remember that. These are going to be once a week. Sunday on Sunday and Sunday, etc. Unless I find a day where I need a filler and then I might do this, I might do something else. We'll see. But let's see who's doing what. Okay. Actually, I've got a good choice. Go ahead and get this shut down. First, let me do a redundant save because I'm paranoid. Not a surprise. All of you love hearing me die in the background. We know this. But that will do it for today, and we're gonna go see JK Pazzi. He's a decent dude, and he just came back to streaming recently. Yeah, after another break. He's playing Fall Guys, which I know you guys aren't the most excited about at this point. Kind of over that, but like I said, it's good to support good people. So I'll get that queued up. As always, thank you all for taking the time to hang out for all of this. Sorry about the camera issues. I know that's not the biggest deal, but it's the main issue that happened here. I was worried about doing this because I knew I was going to make bad plays, and I was expecting to get it rode on harder about that, but no bad eggs came in today, so that's fantastic. Other than that, I don't really have anything to say. I will be starting a new game for the pair of Metroidvania days tomorrow. I do not actually have a plan for what, which is a little bad. I'm gonna have to come up with something between tonight and tomorrow on that one. I have plenty of choices, so I'll figure something out. But yeah, other than that, I hope to see you guys next time, and go be nice to Pazzi. That's pretty much how this goes. I don't have that much else to add today. Aside from, of course, next scheduled days are Monday and Tuesday, and I am going to go check the pull about whether I should change the schedule much at all. See how that goes. But, see y'all around.
Sorry.
No, don't.